January 6th, 2026, meeting of the Plymouth Select Board. We're getting feedback from someone out in the audience, so if you have a, is it the TV? All right, it seems like that's taken care of. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20, any person may make a video or audio recording of an open session of this meeting after notifying the chair, subject to the reasonable requirements of the chair, so as not to interfere with the conduct of the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, the chair will inform attendees of any such recordings. I'm aware that the local scene is recording, as they do weekly. I'm also been alerted that Michaela Clark is also recording. Is there anyone else in the audience who's recording? And your name is? Christopher Harding is also recording. And Jim Curran. Is there anyone else here recording? Alice Zinkovich. Very good. Anyone else? I don't believe that any of those folks are interfering with the conduct of the meeting, so please feel free to continue to do so. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency and signed into law on March 28, 2025, this meeting is being conducted via remote and in-person means. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so in the following manner. Tune into the local scene, government cable access channels Comcast 9 and Verizon 47. Watch the meeting as it's aired live. Or you may watch the meeting on the local scene's website. Anyone who wishes to participate in the meeting may do so in the following manner. In person here at the Great Hall at Plymouth Town Hall, 26 Court Street, Plymouth, Mass. I'm hearing from the public that there's an echo on the live stream, so I would ask that PAC TV work on that. Yeah, multiple folks. We're simulcasting in 2 locations here tonight because of the size of the crowd, so we may have some technical difficulties. I appreciate the public's patience as we work through. Members of the public may also participate remotely by following the Zoom link, which is on our agenda and posted on the town's website. Please join the board in the pledge of the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. First item on our agenda tonight is administrative notes. We have 6 notes here. The pleasure of the board.
If my colleagues do not have any questions or comments, I would make a motion to approve the 6 listed initial administrative notes as a group.
Mr. Canty makes the motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Ms. Iaquinto seconds. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the roll. Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
I missed discussion, actually.
Oh.
But it's, if I may.
Yeah, you may.
On the
might.
personnel by codes, I'd like to have a very detailed, like under number 5 going forward. This is fine tonight, but there was some money moved around at a previous time, and it was done the same way. So I caution on that, and I don't want to see that like that anymore.
Did we want to take that out of?
Well, I believe that number 5 is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Derek, that's the chaplain for the fire department and,
In the
legal
paralegal
department.
position and the
Okay.
labor attorney position, yes.
so.
So
am I
we're
right with
including
that?
those 3 new positions in the personnel code.
Okay.
Are you comfortable taking a vote, Mr. Quintel?
Now I am, long as going forward, it actually says what it is.
Are you comfortable taking a vote, Mr. Cohen?
I would prefer to take number 5 out to here. I know there's the chaplain, and he just referenced a couple of individuals, but we also heard last week there was a hiring freeze, and I would like to hear more about these positions.
Mr. Canty, will you withdraw your motion?
I will amend my motion to only be for admin notes 1 through 4 and 6.
Ms. Iaquinto, do you maintain your second?
I will second that.
Excellent. I'll recall the roll. Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
And myself, yes. On admin note number 5, is there any additional information, Mr. Brindisi, that you'd like to share with the board?
I would just say that the admin note before the board this evening is to add 3 positions to the personnel code. 2 positions were discussed and voted on and approved at the October town meeting. As of January 5th, the paralegal by the name of Deb Prince began her first day. And you'll also see admin note number 6, which references Attorney Klein Verdi, who came on yesterday as a labor counsel. So those 2 positions are active, and those positions have already been hired. The fire chaplain position is a position that the fire chief has had in place for many, many years now. In the past, this position was paid through a stipend position. There was really no formality. It was kind of a gentleman's agreement. So we're trying to formalize this position and include this position within the personnel code.
Any further questions from the board?
No, I just wanted to make note of this. We're referencing a vote of town meeting in October, making decisions about hiring employees, and obviously, we didn't have the knowledge we had about the budget shortfall that we're going to be addressing later tonight, and as we move towards making those decisions. But it's something I just wanted to make note of, that we have a paralegal and we have town council. These were funded by fall town meeting, but town meeting was making a decision when we did not have the knowledge we have today in terms of the budget. So I wanted to make note of that.
Anything else, Mr. Canty?
So in line with Mr. Cohen's remarks, I would also emphasize what we did say at October town meeting, which was that hiring these positions to do work that the town has to do anyways will actually lower costs overall. So I agree that we have had a hiring freeze, and it's important to highlight when we're making an exception to that. But I think this is one where the return on investment will ease the cumulative financial circumstances of the town rather than worsen them. So that's my perspective, but I just wanted to make sure that that was spoken as well. Thank you.
Anything else? Pleasure of the board?
I would make a motion to approve admin note 5.
Mr. Canty makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Ms. Iaquinto seconds. Any further discussion? I'll call the roll. Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. All right. We're going to move on to public comment here tonight. We're going to do things a little bit differently with public comment. First of all, I'm going to acknowledge that there are a lot of folks in the audience, both here and in the courtroom. Because of the large volume of folks, I am going to be strict with our 3-minute time limit. Typically, my practice has been that if someone has exceeded their 3-minute time limit, I will give them an additional minute. Because of the number of folks who I anticipate are here to talk tonight, I'm going to stick to the 3-minute rule. Our public comment is first going to be for only those items that are not related to ICE. So under this public comment section, I'm going to ask anyone who has a non-ICE related discussion item that they'd like to address. Once we've concluded anyone who has a non-ICE related item, we're going to move into the presentations from the chief. I think we'll hear from legal counsel, and then we'll hear from Mr. Canty on his proposed policy. At that point, I will reopen public comment for the public to engage in the discussion alongside of us. Everyone understand? Makes sense? Very good. I'm going to come back to this later on, but I'm going to also ask that folks are respectful of people's opinions. There are going to be differing opinions here tonight. So whether you support this policy or whether you're against this policy, when someone's up at that podium, I expect you to remain silent. No heckling. No, I don't want to hear any loud clapping. I don't want to hear anything from the public that isn't listening. If that persists, if that type of behavior persists, I will recess the meeting until we can regain control. Is that clear? Thank you all very much. Art, we're not yet in public comment for non-ICE related things. Do you have a non-ICE related public comment? I'm sorry, can you come to the microphone? Can you turn the microphone on?
How's that?
Yes.
Yeah, I was responding to your question, is it clear? When is the vote? Is it before or after public comment?
It'll be after public comment. All right, I will now open the floor to public comment related to non-ICE issues. Is there anyone in the room who would like to give a public comment related to non-ICE issues? Come on up, introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Select Committee. Good evening, Town of Plymouth. My name is Shane Prebenda, and I am here to discuss a bold vision for Plymouth's energy future. My understanding is that there is a topic tonight related to the budget, and I believe that my organization has a solution for Plymouth's budget issues, and actually for every objective that the town of Plymouth wishes to achieve. I will be brief given the 3 minutes allotted to me. First and foremost, I would like to call for a town select committee meeting to address this topic specifically in a dedicated capacity. And without further ado, I believe there's some handouts. I just want to ensure that the select committee members have them. There were 6 or 7 handouts that were, thank you, sir, appreciate you. So this gentleman here will be providing you with a presentation and comprehensive proposal that assimilates all of the data points that we have put together as it relates to implementing a battery electric storage system, an industrial 500 megawatt BESS system in the land that surrounds the Holtec nuclear power plants, specifically the 1,531 acre land around on the land bearing side around the power plants. Our proposal, and first and foremost, my name is Shane Prebenda. I am a board member for Farm the Sun USA. That is a 501c3 nonprofit, and that's who we're representing here today. This is a transformational opportunity for Plymouth. This is an opportunity to leverage existing infrastructure and implement a BESS system on the 100-acre plot right around the existing land at a percentage of about 6.5% usage and 93.5% land conservation. What this essentially amounts to is the achievement of all 8 of the town of Plymouth targets, including fiscal resilience, economic diversification in the aspect of attracting a magnificent 7 players such as the Google Consortium to fund this project with 0 funding required by the town of Plymouth. Higher employment. This would increase the ecologically sustainable nature of Plymouth. It would protect the climate. It could generate a sovereign wealth fund to direct community dividends to the people for generations to come, while supporting public recreation and conservation. And with the 1,431 acres of conservation maintained in perpetuity around the 100-acre plot, we would be providing a conservation zone for all of the nature and wildlife, as well as a place for people to view the nature and wildlife. On the final slide, second to last slide, I've included a alignment to each board member's objective, and you'll see the slide board member alignment essentially addresses each member here tonight, your objectives, and how our plan meets those objectives.
You've exceeded your 3 minutes. I do see that your contact information is here. I will reach out and we can communicate further on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else in the room here who would like to give a public comment unrelated to the ICE discussion? I don't see anyone. I do understand that there's someone in the courtroom. Mr. Cirque, if you could just introduce yourself and give your comment, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Richard M. Cirque, town meeting
Oh,
member.
Mr. Cirque, we unfortunately cannot hear you here in the room. So I'll ask that the folks at local scene remedy that. Still cannot hear you. Nope.
Well, why don't I come down to the other room?
That would be my suggestion as well, Mr. Cirque, although we can now hear you. All right, come on down. You're the next contestant on The Ice is Right. While Mr. Cirque walks down to the room, I'm going to ask, is there, oh, Mr. Cirque, you're back.
Take it personally.
Let's try it again.
As we all know, the town will soon find itself at the precipice of a fiscal cliff. Our income will be insufficient to pay for our expenses. The town can reduce its expenses by carefully scrutinizing what it currently pays for health insurance for retired town employees.
Sorry, Mr. Cirque, it's very echoey. Come on down.
Okay.
I'll give you your full 3 minutes. While Mr. Cirque walks down to the room, is there anyone online, Jade, who wishes to give a non-ice related public comment? All right. Well, we'll wait here. Is there anyone else in the room who's interested at this point? Come on up, Mr. Lyden.
Steve Lyden, Precinct 17. As we all know, we've had a lot of snowstorms lately, minor ones, but the DPW has been out there and they've done a fantastic job. I know they're probably working 10, 15 hours a day to clear our roads, but I just want to say that they've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyden. I think we would all echo that sentiment. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to give a non-ice related comment? Mr. Cirque, welcome.
And to roll the time clock back to 00.
We'll start at 3 minutes for you. Take it away.
Rich Cirque, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2. As we all know, the town will soon find itself at the precipice of a fiscal cliff. Our income will be insufficient to pay for our expenses. The town can reduce its expenses by carefully scrutinizing what it currently pays for health insurance for retired town employees. At the present time, because of a home rule petition passed in 2003, the town's health insurance percentage payment for retired employees is grandfathered as of the date on which the employee was hired. I've prepared a citizen's petition to call a special town meeting on April 11, the date of our annual town meeting, to authorize the select board to file a petition for a home rule amendment, which would not change that for any active or retired employee who was hired before the effective date of the amendment, but would only apply to employees hired after the effective date of the amendment. Those employees would be on notice before they're hired that after they retire, the town's health insurance percentage payment for them will no longer be grandfathered as of the date that they were hired, but will instead be the one in effect on the day they retire. This is a modest but important step back from the fiscal cliff we're now approaching. The signatures of at least 200 registered voters will be needed on the petition to call for the special town meeting. Voters willing to assist in gathering these signatures prior to February 27, 2026 should email me so that I can email the petition to them, and that's richardmcirkey@outlook.com. Did I make it?
You have a minute to spare. You'd like to say anything else?
I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Cirque. I appreciate it.
Pardon me?
SERKEY.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to give a non-ice related public comment? Come on up.
My comment.
If it's related to ice, I'm going to ask you
It
not.
ends with ice, but it does not start with it.
Oh,
But I can start.
Why don't you hang on? Why don't you hang on until we have our ice discussion then? Is there anyone else? Anyone online? No, we've lost Jade. Sylvia, would you like to test the microphone? All right, we still can't hear the other room. When the time comes, I'll ask folks from that room if they'd like to join us in the Great Hall. We will try to use the microphone when their time is upon us, but for now, we cannot hear you folks. Okay, we're going to move into our agenda proper. The first item on our agenda is a presentation from the Plymouth Police Department regarding the immigration policy enacted by the chief. Mr. Flynn, Chief Flynn, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Dana Flynn, Chief of Police. I've been asked to come here tonight, give a presentation on our current immigration enforcement policy, which I have a PowerPoint that we'll go through in a few minutes. Just want to show everybody that the Plymouth Police Department upholds the constitutions of both the United States, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, as well as Mass General Law. In 2017, the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts decided in a case Commonwealth v. Lund that state and local police did not have the authority to hold individuals solely based upon a federal immigration detainer. The court also determined that holding anyone beyond their lawful release time based solely upon an ICE detainer is considered an unlawful arrest under Massachusetts law. In addition, the 10th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution establishes the principle of federalism, which protects state and local governments from being compelled to enforce federal laws. As a result, while Massachusetts law enforcement agencies may choose to cooperate with federal authorities in certain circumstances, they cannot be required to participate in federal immigration enforcement efforts or dedicate local resources to enforcing federal law. Our current policy in immigration enforcement, which was enacted nearly a year ago, is based upon the Lund decision, guidance from the Massachusetts Chiefs of Police Association, and best police practices. It addresses the legal and constitutional concerns of immigration enforcement, as well as allowable communications with all law enforcement agencies, including ICE. The policy, which you will soon see, some of which you will soon see, addresses the protection of the constitutional civil rights of all, regardless of immigration status. The responsibility of immigration enforcement remains with federal law enforcement, not local. Our involvement in ICE operations, the elements of the Lund decision and the ramifications for noncompliance, the prohibitions on obtaining immigration status, and permissible information sharing and cooperation with any law enforcement entity. It is important to note that the mission of ICE goes beyond just immigration. They also investigate narcotics, smuggling, human trafficking, child exploitation, gang violence, money laundering and other financial crimes, intellectual property, theft, and fraud. We have sought and received assistance from ICE on a number of our criminal investigations, including some that are so despicable that I do not feel comfortable discussing here tonight. I'm not only concerned that any town policy, bylaw, or proclamation outside of our current policy will add to confusion to an already polarizing topic and puts my department and officers in the midst of a political argument that we, as an apolitical organization, should not be in, but will also jeopardize our well-established relationships with essential law enforcement partners that will inevitably put all of our community, regardless of their immigration status, at risk. Let me be clear. The Plymouth Police Department has not and is not involved in immigration enforcement. We represent victims of crime regardless of immigration status. We do not ask about immigration status. We do not keep records of immigration status, and we do not share immigration status because, as stated, this is not a record that we keep. To our immigrant community, please know that if you're a victim or witness of a crime or need police services for any other reason, you will be treated with the respect and dignity that you deserve as a human being. And we encourage you to call us for assistance anytime you need it. You will receive the same high level of service that all residents deserve. In closing, the Plymouth Police Department is committed to bias-free policing. What you look like, sound like, or where you're from is not a concern to us. We apply the law fairly and justly to the very best of our ability. Our primary mission is to provide safety, security, and peace to all. So to start out, we are an accredited police department. In October 29th of 2025, we were reaccredited for the third time, meaning we have successfully met all 274 standards set forth by the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission to obtain and maintain our fully accredited status. All of our the policy procedures related to these 274 standards are examined by the commission to ensure compliance, to make sure they're coincide with current laws and legal guidance. All of our policies, whether or not they are guided by the Mass Police Accreditation Commission, ensure that the best practices in policing are being utilized and employed. Straight from our policy statement on immigration enforcement, it is the policy of the police department, Plymouth Police Department, to uphold the constitutional civil rights of all persons regardless of their immigration status. A little background. Under the federal regulation mandates that fingerprint data upon making an arrest during the booking process has to be shared with the FBI and Department of Homeland Security. This is done automatically through our AFIS, our automatic fingerprint identification system, which is a computerized system. The fingerprints are taken and they're uploaded to the FBI, and the FBI sends them out to various federal agencies. No other action is taken by us. This is a requirement. The DHS and ICE, they will compare the fingerprints to their database, and they make the determination if individuals at any police department, state or local, is warranted based upon any criminal history or their priorities. Again, ICE determines their action, not us. The program regulates information sharing only and not the enforcement action. To touch a little more on Commonwealth First Lund, is a 2017 Supreme Judicial Court decision. Clearly states police, local police, state police cannot arrest an individual based solely on a federal immigration detainer. We cannot hold individuals based solely on a federal detainer, and holding an individual beyond their lawful release time is an unlawful arrest. What a civil ICE civil detainer is, it's a notice of action. It's a simple request from ICE to hold an individual for immigration proceedings. It's an administrative document. It's not a warrant. It's not issued by a judge. Police in Massachusetts have no authority to enforce such a document. Plymouth Police, we do not arrest or hold, again, an individual based solely on the detainer. We do have procedures in place related to any requests we may receive regarding a detainer. And we will provide a copy of that detainer to an individual being held, but take no further action on the behalf of ICE. We do not initiate immigration-related investigations. These are straight from our policy, highlights from our policy. We do not inquire about immigration status unless it's allowed by law. We will not be trained or sworn to enforce federal civil immigration laws. We do have officers who belong to task force to other federal agencies, such as the FBI and Secret Service, but we will not train us, have any of my officers sworn in for this purpose of immigration. We do not interrogate, arrest, detain an individual based solely on race, national origin, language, or immigration status. We will not hold any individual longer than the normal bail process. And we do not request passports, visas, immigration documents in lieu of or in addition to any valid driver's license or other legal form of ID. The policy again states we will not participate in immigration-related investigations except when an individual is in custody for a violent felony, some which are listed here. We may assist ICE, Department of Homeland Security, and ICE with criminal investigations. We may arrest based on a violation of a criminal law, local, state, and federal. We may provide information to ICE in accordance with Massachusetts Public Records Law. And we may provide individual information to ICE when we have an individual that is arrested for terrorism, human trafficking, gang activity that involves violence and or distribution of drugs or weapons. Our policy says we shall not directly participate in ICE tactical operations solely for enforcement of federal immigration laws, but we can assist for violation of criminal law, criminal warrants, or in response to an officer's safety emergency. To reiterate, we will uphold the Constitution and civil rights of all persons, regardless of immigration status. We will base our decision to arrest solely on probable cause because of a violation of mass law has taken place, without regard of anybody's immigration status. We will protect and do protect the victims and witnesses of crimes, regardless of their immigration status. And we encourage all victims and witnesses to report crimes, again, regardless of their immigration status. There are a couple of programs the federal government have for immigrants that allows them to stay in the country, gives them legal status for up to 4 years. They're both called a U visa and a T visa. T visa is applicable to any immigrant or any individual who's been involved or been a victim of human trafficking. U visa is just a designation for a victim of a crime, a witness to a crime, an immigrant who wishes to stay and will cooperate in the prosecution of the suspect. In my tenure, I've signed one U visa. So we do participate in this program. As a matter of fact, we're required to participate in this program. So again, as practical matters, we do not collect or maintain any immigration status of anybody. We have not participated in any ICE enforcement operations to date. ICE has not requested individual information on anyone or requested assistance from the Plymouth Police Department with an enforcement operation. They do notify us when they are in town in the area they will be working in. And it's important to note, they've been working in town and surrounding areas for decades. It's important to note that officers in the public cannot actively interfere with federal immigration enforcement operations. Anybody can watch and a video record from a safe distance, but you cannot impede. There are a few applicable federal statutes that an individual can be charged with if they are deemed to have interfered with an operation, including conspiracy to defraud the U.S., assaulting, resisting, or impeding federal officers, or obstruction of proceedings before federal agencies. In addition, there are a few state statutes that individuals can be charged with, including witness intimidation or interfering with a police officer, disguising oneself to obstruct law or disorderly conduct. So again, that's an overview of our policy, and I want to ensure everybody knows we're committed to the well-being of all our residents and visitors.
Chief, thank you for this presentation. I want to let the public know too, I'm not going to allow direct questions to the chief or to legal counsel from the public. It's only the board that asks questions, so please refrain from trying to shout or ask questions of the presenters here today. I'll bring it back to the board. Is there anyone from the board who has any questions for the chief or other staff? Ms. Iaquinto?
Thank you. And thank you so much, Chief Flynn, for this presentation. This was really very helpful. I wasn't aware that we had such a robust set of policies and procedures dealing with this issue until we got our packet last week. But I did have an opportunity to read through it, and then we spent some time talking about it the other day, which I really appreciated.
Anytime.
And the one thing that really struck me is the intent of these policies and procedures are very much aligned with the select board policy that we'll be talking about in a little bit. There's
some nuances.
with some nuances, yes, absolutely. But that just struck me that we all have the same goals here. I guess
Absolutely.
that's my point. But I did just have a couple of clarifying questions
Sure.
for you, if that's okay. So I think one question that I've heard from a number of people is if there is any official line of communication between the police department and ICE when they're in town. For example, do they call and say, "Hey, Chief Flynn, we're going to be on, in North Plymouth today at 2."
So they don't call me directly. I have
Okay.
people that take the calls, but they do call. They will let us know they're in town. They usually give us a timeline they'll be in town. And they generally give a general location, a couple streets or maybe a neighborhood. We try to get them to let us know if they have located the individual they're looking for. That doesn't always happen. But the communications have been much better than they previously were.
Okay, that's great.
Yep.
Another question I had was, you talked about that there are sometimes when you must work with the federal law enforcement agency, including ICE. Can you give us an example of when that might be necessary?
When we must.
Yes, when it would make sense for you to do, when it's,
Oh, it's some of the criminal activities that may go on outside of the immigration enforcement. We work with any law enforcement agency. Again, we've had instances where we've had local residents and businesses have been victim of fraud, have lost large sums of money. We've contacted FBI and ICE because of some of the individuals that may be involved. In those instances, I mean, we would do that naturally anyways.
okay. And then just one more question, just bear with me. You also mentioned that there are times when you would provide information to ICE under public records law.
Yeah.
So that's a requirement. You don't have a choice.
Yeah,
but
no, we have to,
provide that.
we have to
Okay.
follow Mass Public Records Law. So if we're going to share information with ICE, that at minimum, it has to meet the Mass Public Records Laws
Okay.
requirements, yeah.
And what kind of information might that include?
Names, addresses, maybe some prior criminal offenses or any type of prior interaction with the police department that didn't rise to the criminal level.
Okay, okay, but it is a requirement. You don't have you can't
Right.
opt out of that.
No.
Okay, okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Canty?
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate the presentation. I've had the opportunity to meet with you a couple of times over the last couple of weeks and go over both your policy, which I had received in our packet as well. I technically received it the day earlier
Yeah.
when we met on last Monday.
Yeah.
And then earlier today, we had an opportunity to meet as well, yourself and the deputy chief and I.
Correct.
So I appreciate you taking the time. I know your department is very busy. We've talked recently about your staffing concerns and the other hardships that you're dealing with. So I appreciate you taking the time to meet with me to discuss this issue that is of significant public interest and concern.
Right.
I think that we wouldn't be having this conversation if it weren't for the manner and means that ICE has chosen to conduct itself in the community. I don't think it's anything that your officers have done or not done. Just to be clear, I think it's the methods that ICE has chosen to deploy, which has caused added alarm. So I just wanted to talk to you first about the level of communication that you're getting from ICE. I know you answered part of this with Ms. Iaquinto's questions, but I know that the conversation or the information sharing from them to you about their operations has been somewhat inconsistent over the last calendar year, let's say.
It's certainly improved.
Okay,
Again, our policy dictates or requires of our shift commanders or supervisors to try to obtain certain information. We can't force them to give it to us.
right,
So we're happy with what we get.
right.
You know, we have had a couple of calls where there were concerns raised, and I have been able to call the liaison at ICE and get an immediate response, which didn't happen in early on. So I've been happy with that. And I'm also happy to say we haven't seen them in town since September.
And when the liaison, is that like a liaison assigned to Plymouth specifically or to this
No,
region
just
or
a general
county?
law enforcement liaison out of
Okay.
ICE headquarters. Yeah.
Okay. And I know from our conversations that there's been, you've had conversations with chiefs in other municipalities.
Yes.
Are we seeing, and you're saying in Plymouth, we've seen an upward trend in communication from ICE. Are your peers also seeing that, or is it not as uniform?
It's really not as uniform as
Okay.
as we would hope. And just, let's be clear, it's not all the surrounding communities around us that, have had to deal with these issues.
Right.
The closest one near us I can think of is Marshfield. They've had a couple incidents.
Okay.
The chief and I, they have spoken a lot about, about that. And again, it's the communication.
Okay. Okay. And do you think that their increased communication has been in response to requests from yourself and your peers? Or has ICE just chosen of their own accord? Because I know, just for the clarity of people watching, you know this, but as you alluded to, you can make a request of a federal agency, but we can't require them to conduct themselves in a certain way.
Right.
We can ask.
We have no control over it.
Right, but we can ask. But do you think, in your opinion, the increased communication is because of requests from yourself and others like yourself? Or had ICE just chosen of their own accord?
We've had, we have monthly Chiefs Association meetings, both, at both the county level and the regional level, Southeast Chiefs. So we've had representatives from ICE there. And it seems to be the constant complaint from us. So we think it's from hearing from the local chiefs and having sidebar conversations and trying to explain, some of the issues we deal with in the aftermath.
Okay. And based on your experience, do you feel that the level, like if they were to keep this level of communication about their operations in the community, do you think that that is sufficient? Would you like to see them give you more, or
As I said, I'd like, when they're done and they leave, I would like to let us know at least if they did locate the subject they were looking for. If not, I know of a case that happened down in Yarmouth, I believe, where ICE came in and did their operation, but never notified the local police department. Later in the day, the police department's getting called about a missing loved one.
Right.
So, and it took some effort from the Yarmouth PD to finally locate him,
Okay.
but that would alleviate a lot of time on local law enforcement side, and alleviated a lot of the angst with family members.
Right, and that is another related topic, but since you brought it up, like if they do find the subject or subjects of their operations, it would be certainly beneficial to know that, so that, when we were meeting earlier, I made the example of if I park somewhere I'm not supposed to park and Sousa's tows my car.
Right.
They tell you that they towed my car, so that I call you and I report my car stolen. You say, no, you idiot, you parked in the wrong place, and it's in the impound lot.
Correct.
So at least I know that my car isn't stolen.
Right.
But obviously with ICE detainers, they sometimes don't show up in the system that's searchable from members of the public, including their family members, for 72 hours.
Yeah,
So,
there is a website. I've never used it, but I've heard that.
yeah. So if they were to let you know that an individual had been detained, and that loved one's friends or family members were to call the department, could you inform them if you knew that information?
We definitely would.
Okay.
Just to alleviate any concern
Right. I would
above beyond whatever issue they're.
Right, and then obviously that would also alleviate your detectives or officers from having to investigate whether this was a
Start a
missing person.
case.
Correct, right. All right, and so that's something that we could work on, but I'll circle back on like how to best advocate for that. But in terms of another concern we've heard is the manner that ICE has conducted themselves in terms of like leaving a vehicle in a intersection outside of a school. Something that, if your officer, any arrest is a disruption of public order by its nature, and different from what would normally happen in that area at that time. And a detainer by ICE is no different. But your officers would clear the scene and secure and direct traffic around the vehicle until the duty hook could come and tow it. State police would do the same thing. I think even the three-letter federal agencies other than ICE generally would do that type of thing, although sometimes they do put on a show, as we've talked about. But has there been any conversation either from yourself or from some of your peers about that type of stuff, that operational?
Yeah, we've had some conversations. That instance you're speaking about, again, I called the liaison right away,
Yeah,
and his explanation to me was reasonable, in my opinion, having been on the job nearly 29 years, was that the fact they took this individual into custody, they were trying to make arrangements to get the vehicle out of there. However, the crowd started to develop, and they thought for the safety of all involved, including the individual, that let's clear out of here. We were called about the vehicle, but I believe by the time we got there, that it had already been taken care of.
okay,
But again, I got almost an immediate response from the liaison. He looked right into it, got back to me, and the explanation, again, sounded reasonable.
Chief, did they give you any additional information on that detainee?
You know, at that time, I didn't ask. My concern was, number one, about leaving the vehicle in the roadway and why it happened. And to be honest with you, I really didn't get too much involved in, because I was in a meeting with HR at the time, so I'm trying to take care of two things at once.
All right, sure. Mr. Canty?
So in terms of, so that's an area that we could see some improvement. And then the notification of a specific individual or individuals that they've been detained is an area we could see some improvement. And obviously, we'd like to see them maintain their level of communication about where they're operating. In your opinion, do you think it would be, if we wanted to have those types of conversations and advocacy, an ask, it is an ask,
Yep.
with ICE, is that something that would be best to handle individually as a department? Or do you think it would be better to join with the Mass Chiefs Association, your colleagues, or with, I know, like we have Plymouth County Outreach for substance use issues, we have partners there. What would your opinion be of what the best method of advocating for those basic considerations be?
I think in this case, it would be through the Mass Chiefs,
Okay,
because that way they can speak as one voice for the 300 and some odd police chiefs or more, because of the college universities.
Yeah.
Speak as one voice for all of us, so we have a consistent message and a consistent request.
okay.
Yeah.
And do you think it would be of importance and any persuasion to Mass Chiefs for advocating for that if the board were to like write them a letter to that effect? Or do you think, is it of enough interest to your colleagues at Mass Chiefs that you think that they would undertake this advocacy effort anyways?
I mean, it certainly wouldn't hurt, in my
Okay.
opinion. Even something on the Mass Municipal Association, I'm not sure.
Sure, okay. I think that those would be, if we could assist on those areas, I know it is an ask, but it doesn't hurt to ask. I think that would ease some of the public concern and disruption if we could address those things. And obviously it'd be up to ICE to comply with that or not, but it's worth doing, I think.
Right.
So those are my questions at the moment. There may be others as we go along this evening, but
You know where to find me.
yeah, I appreciate that, Chief. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen?
Chief, thank you very much for the presentation. It's very helpful to be walked through the highlights of the policy that was developed by your office earlier this year. It was nice to see that last Tuesday, and it's been very helpful to go over your policy that you've been following internally with your staff as it relates to the proposed policy that we're looking at. But there was a couple of things that you mentioned that I thought maybe if you could elaborate a little further on. You was in the lines of communication with the federal authorities and agencies. You talked about providing information, but not, but it rising to a criminal activity, or not rising to I think you said not rising to a criminal activity. So between the criminal activities and the not rising to one, so maybe clarify that a little more.
So we talk about the differences in the information sharing. One talks about immigration enforcement only, the civil action or the criminal action.
Yep.
And with the civil immigration enforcement, we will provide the information. However, only up to to meet the standards of the Mass Public Records laws. If it's a criminal investigation, again, like some of the ones I discussed, the fraud, the human trafficking, drug trafficking, we would provide them whatever information we have available, as we would with any law enforcement agency, state, local, or federal.
So the mass laws governing sharing information, that is, what is the standard there? What is just name and address, or?
It's very limited. It's very limited. What we, name, address. I don't even think occupation. Again, some of the records, maybe some of the contact we may have had with this individual within certain parameters.
Right.
So yeah.
Okay. You said that the last time you heard from ICE was in September of this year?
That's the last time they've been in town.
Okay.
Again,
Right.
so the last time we heard from ICE regarding detainers was on October 6th and October 19th. So according to our records, those were the last contacts that we've had with ICE.
And you indicated that you're contacted that when they're active in the community and when they're, and the results of that and as they leave the community? So you,
Well, we ask for the results. They don't always give it.
okay,
But when they come in, they typically tell us, like, we're only going to be here for a couple hours.
okay.
And they're usually pretty good about telling us that they're leaving town.
Right. The incident back in September, obviously, they were taking action on an individual. I think Mr. Golden alluded to it to a degree. Do we know anything about the person that they took in and why?
I do not.
No, we do not. We do not know the activities that person was involved in.
No.
Whether it was civil or whether it was criminal.
No, as I said, I was in HR meeting when I got the call. I
Right,
just
right,
wanted to
right.
try to address
Yeah.
at that time, address the vehicle being left on the road.
Right. All right, thank you very much, Chief. Thank you.
Chief, thank you. I do have one question. Are you aware of the number of enforcement actions that have taken place in Plymouth in the last, in calendar year 2025?
So I had our record sergeant, Sergeant Dexter, put something together here. So in 2025, in March, we asked for ICE assistance to help solve a retail theft case. Back in June of this year, we did get, they were in town looking for a individual from the quasi downtown area. That individual was taken into custody by ICE.
Do you know anything about that individual?
No.
Okay.
Back in September, in addition to the incident at Hedge Road, we did get a report of ICE agents being harassed.
Folks, while I'm a big Ozzy Osbourne fan, if you could please silence your phones to not interrupt the meeting. Sorry, Chief, proceed.
No worries. We actually did get a report from some ICE agents that they were being harassed by a local individual, that we addressed that. And that, September, that's in addition to the issue at the Hedge School. Again, back in October, we had, they sent an ICE detainer to us. And again, October 6th was an issue with the ICE detainer too being sent to us.
Okay, so like 6 or 7
Yeah,
enforcement actions over the calendar year.
yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Canty?
Chief, with that timeline, was it March and then not another one until June? It was March was a retail theft?
Yep.
And then June, there was a detainer?
No, June, they were looking for an individual for whatever reason.
Okay.
And they had notified us in town. That individual did end up fleeing from ICE,
Yep.
and they ended up catching him in the Vine Hill Cemetery.
Okay, I remember that.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was in a vehicle and he did do some damage to some headstones in the cemetery.
Yes, I mean, do you have a sense of, this may be hard to answer, admittedly, but do you have a sense of how often they've been here without notifying you? Because I know I saw ICE here in May
Yeah.
myself.
Right.
So have you gotten
We would,
reports of,
whenever we would get calls, suspicious people, we would send an officer and a supervisor out there
right,
and say, hey, look, all we ask is if you just let us know you're here, you
right,
know? So, and early on, what we were finding is when they would send out their agents, they were coming from all around the country.
yeah,
And they operate differently, say in Detroit, as they do in Texas, or they certainly work different than they would anywhere else in Massachusetts. So, you know, when we went out and talked to them, look, this is what we request, and they would seem to be amenable. They gave their information, showed their IDs, and gave their phone numbers.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Cohen?
Just, thinking about the logistics of this, you mentioned a liaison that you have access to.
Right.
So if you get a call and you go and you find and you explain, you reiterate, does the liaison explain why they might not have given you that information? Or I guess listening to you, I'm just curious when you said something about they're not all from around this country, excuse me, this state.
area.
This area, they come from different
Parts of
states.
the country, yeah.
Yeah, so the way that ICE operates, they've been operating in Plymouth throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for many, many years, obviously.
Probably since their inception, I think
Right.
back in 2003.
Yeah, so they would have been operating, is that typical? I would have thought there was like a division of people that were located here in Massachusetts,
They're up in
the
Berlin.
Massachusetts office of ICE.
I'm not sure how large their office is.
Yeah,
But when they do flood areas,
Yeah.
I'm sure they ask for assistance from
okay,
other bureaus, other headquarters, just like FBI does from Lakeville. If they have a large case, they'll call Boston or,
right.
Providence.
Just curious of the logistics of it. And then the other, you said they sent you ICE detainees? What is-
Detainers.
Detainers, that is,
That's the form, the civil request.
Yeah.
It's essentially, hey, will you hold this person for us?
okay, so you're holding a person for them. And-
Well, we don't.
Right, yeah,
We do we do advise them whether or not they're eligible for bail,
right,
but beyond that, we just follow our process.
Okay.
As we would with anybody else.
all right, good. Thank you very much.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, that just brought up another question for me, Chief, and that is, you had mentioned in the presentation that you have procedures for detainers, but I was just wondering if you could summarize what those are, procedures related to detainers.
So number one, if we get notice of action, a detainer, we'll notify the bail commissioner. When anybody's placed under arrest and processed in our department, they are eligible for bail unless it's a default warrant. And the determination for bail is made by the bail clerk who works for the court. So we will advise them that the individual does have a detainer. It's the bail commissioner, as I stated, they'll determine whether or not to set a monetary bail, release on their own personal recognizance or promise to come to court, or that the offense is serious enough or their previous history is serious enough that that individual needs to be held. If it's determined they are to be released, whether it be on bail or personal recognizance, we do not hold them for ICE to come down. If they come down, they come down. If they don't, they don't. But we do not hold up the process. The shift commander, he makes sure a copy of the detainer is sent to operations captain, so we maintain a record of it. We attach the detainer to the booking report. We provide the individual with a copy of the detainer to let them know that there is one in place, and whatever action they may deem appropriate, they can take on their own. For our tracking purposes, we do add the charge to the booking sheet just so we can track. We note the existence of the detainer. The shift commander notes it in his log. And again, if it's determined that the individual is going to be bailed, we do notify ICE.
Mr. Canty?
On that last piece, just to clarify for people in the audience, like you would inform them that they're bail eligible, not
Bail
like,
eligible.
not this guy's walking out the door right now.
No,
right?
or his wife or cousin will be here in 20 minutes with this $100. No.
Right,
Just-
right.
All we do is tell them that they're eligible for bail.
Right, that's it. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Mr. Cohen?
You made some reference that they could come down,
Yeah.
and that's not really something that you can control. Have you had that experience?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
You have?
Yep. We've, they'll wait in the parking lot. We've had them come in our lobby, public space in the department. We don't let them in our holding, areas. We do not let them in our sally ports where sally port is where we detain somebody or arrest somebody. That's our garage area, our secure garage. We don't allow them there. If they're gonna do anything, we let them conduct their business in the public area, just like we would do any other individual. You know, it may not correlate, but online sales. We have people do their online sales in our lobby. They do them in our parking lot. Whatever public business they're gonna take is gonna take care of it in a public location. We do not facilitate the process.
And the only thing we could do is rationalize that during the notice of eligibility, that is the motivation for them to appear, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just, thank you very much.
Mr. Canty, before you make your remarks though, Mr. Canty, I've got a note from the folks at the local scene that when we're not speaking, please make sure to turn our microphones off to reduce echo. Mr. Canty?
And Chief, it's fair to say, since there's no one else to get this information out there, but ICE will sometimes show up at courthouses, but that has nothing to do with the police department.
I've seen it on the news.
Right, right. So they'll show up and they know of someone's court date because it's on a calendar and they look at that. But that has nothing to do with the Plymouth Police Department. Even if it's a case that initiated through the Plymouth Police, it's in the trial court department now.
Correct.
It's, if they're in custody, it's the sheriff's department while they're at the jail, and it's the court officers while they're at the courthouse.
I mean, it would be safe to say that once I tell them they're being bailed, they know where they will be the next day.
Right.
So, you know, and again, what I know, again, if they take any action, it's again in the public area of the courthouse.
And that stuff is intrinsic to the system of the criminal justice system and not something you couldn't avoid even if you wanted to.
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate you being here. I imagine there may be further questions after the next topic. The next item on our agenda is a presentation from Mr. Canty regarding his proposed policy regarding ICE. Mr. Canty?
Thank you. So first, I'd like to have some opening remarks. I'd just like to thank the chief for taking the time to be here today and obviously for taking the time, as I said earlier, to meet with me along with the deputy chief, as well as town council, who I've had the opportunity to meet with a couple times about this. There's a number of community stakeholders and activists in the audience and in the community that I've had the opportunity to speak to, as well as members of the public on both sides of the issue that are present tonight. Whether you agree with the proposal or whether you disagree with it, I think it's important for a matter of public interest and concern like this that you are here. And it is rare that we have meetings this well attended at 26 Court Street. So obviously, this is a matter of significant public interest regardless of which side of it you fall upon. Members of the community have been reaching out to the board about immigration enforcement activity in Plymouth for months. We've received emails, phone calls, public comments here, public comments on the road as well. And the attendance tonight demonstrates that interest further. Tonight, we will discuss this matter in depth and hopefully pass a policy that will address community concerns and preserve public trust in our local law enforcement officers and other town employees so that all residents feel safe reaching out to town officials and officers when they need help. I say preserve because I do not believe that the Plymouth Police or any other town employee has done anything wrong. I think they're doing their job as their job entails. And I think it's the actions of federal law enforcement in relation to immigration detainers and immigration enforcement that have caused the fear and confusion in the community rather than the Plymouth Police. I would further add that in my day job, I am a criminal defense attorney and a public defender. So if the Plymouth Police were conducting themselves in a way that was causing problems, I'd be one of the first people to know. The Plymouth Police is one of the busiest police departments in the county, certainly the busiest in the southeastern part of the county. And despite the large volume of cases that they deal with, I do think, Chief Lynn, that your officers do conduct themselves with honor and integrity. No department is perfect. No officer is perfect. You're all human beings. But I do think it is important to note that, in my opinion, as the person that's charged with holding you accountable in my day job, I think you do a good job. However, the manner and means that federal immigration officials have chosen to enforce federal immigration law in the community has left people alarmed and afraid. There have been unmarked cars, people wearing masks, people leaving abandoned cars in busy intersections outside schools. There's been unsafe driving. I myself witnessed a near accident caused by ICE agents in North Plymouth. And many people have either individually or part of local community groups have asked that the board do what we can to address those concerns and allay those fears. However, I do think it's important that we be clear at the outset of what the town can and cannot do. The town cannot change federal immigration policy. The town cannot stop federal immigration officers from enforcing federal immigration policy. The town cannot have Plymouth Police or other town employees interfere with federal immigration officers and agents doing their job. And the town cannot require ICE to conduct themselves less aggressively in our community. We can choose whether or not local police will voluntarily assist federal immigration officers in carrying out their duties. We can create guidelines for when and how local police and other town employees will share information with ICE and other federal immigration agencies. We can ask ICE to conduct themselves better when they perform their duties in our borders and discuss how we may best advocate for them to do so, as we did earlier. And we can educate the public about what local law enforcement officers and other town employees will and won't do in regards to federal immigration enforcement. I think this is an important conversation for us to have in a public forum. I personally think that federal immigration law is a responsibility of federal immigration officers working for well-funded federal agencies, whereas Plymouth is a community with many local needs and limited local resources. So town employees and officials, in my opinion, should focus on advancing local priorities and protecting the rights of all residents. I intend to use my voice to advocate for that, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues about their thoughts on the matter as the topic continues. Be right back. So in the meeting packet that's posted online, for those that are interested in following along, you can see the entirety of the original proposed policy from the select board, or that I put forward to hopefully be endorsed by the select board in regards to immigration enforcement in the community. But after having conversations with some stakeholders, including the police chief and deputy chief, I do have some proposed amendments to the originally proposed policy that I intend to go over. I have included them on this particular slide because while my colleagues are being handed at the moment a hard copy of that, all of you do not have the benefit of that. And this, as I said, is something of public interest. So the policy is unchanged in its beginning, but changes do start to creep in at 3.2, which is on the third, begins at the second page, but carries in with the changes on the third page, both on the presentation up there and in the packet that I've just given to my peers. The changes are in red. The original text is in black. So as you can see, there are 3.2 deals with the role of town officials and employees in immigration enforcement and sets out guidelines for what they will and will not do. There is a general prohibition against acting as federal immigration enforcement officers. And as you heard from the chief of police, that is, I think, consistent with the general provisions of their policy. However, in their policy, there is a section, Section H, that deals with a number of exceptions that they would apply. And those exceptions have been adopted through these amendments. So if an individual is under arrest for a violent felony, including murder, assault with intent to murder, assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon, assault by means of a dangerous weapon, armed burglary, rape, or any sex offense, mayhem, or armed robbery, that would not apply. Mayhem it's not as fun as it sounds. It's intentional disfigurement of someone. It sounds like you're having a really good time, but it's actually a pretty bad time. You're welcome. It's just an odd, I don't know why we call it that. So then we go into, the next slide is still in 3.2, so my colleagues don't need to turn the page, but we do need to turn the slide because they're only so big. So in addition, town employees, that would include police officers, may provide information to federal immigration authorities when town law enforcement employees acquire reliable information that the individual in local custody has been convicted in a court of competent jurisdiction of any violent felony. So obviously, if they've been convicted, that's beyond a reasonable doubt. They've either been convicted by a jury, a judge, or pled out. So that, I think, is a very different circumstance than someone that is, as many of the people in the community that are concerned about the rights of individuals here, it's very different than butchers, bakers, and candlestick makers that are in the community living their lives and trying to make a better life for their families. The individual, another exception in 3.2.10, the individual arrested by local law enforcement officers for any terrorism-related offense or is otherwise reasonably suspected of involvement in any terrorist activities. Now, this has the one difference from what's in the police policy exceptions, because there's also a reference to subversive activities, which I had expressed to the chief and deputy chief that I thought was too vague. I understand that terrorism is a subversive activity, but as is terrorism, which is specifically outlined there. But subversive could mean it's been used to apply to people that are protesting a war or don't want the IRS to function anymore, or the DOR, they want to get rid of them. So I think a level of civil discourse requires that people be able to speak out against their government, for better or for ill. So I did remove subversive, but because of its broad potential application, but I maintained the exemption for individuals involved in potentially terroristic activities. Then the individuals arrested for any offense, including the entry or fraudulent assimilation or trafficking of individuals into the United States, or is reasonably suspected of participating in an organized venture to bring or fraudulently assimilate undocumented foreigners in this country. You may be asking, what does fraudulently assimilate mean? So that would be if you're providing like false documentation so that someone can pass, someone's name is John Doe and you get them documentation that says that their name is Jack Welch, that would be fraudulent assimilation. And then the individual suspected based upon the legal standard of probable cause, which is defined in the police policy, and I've adopted that definition here, basis of knowledge and veracity, meaning truth, of participating in criminal street gang activity involving violence and or distribution of illegal drugs and or weapons. There's a further edit in section 3.4. 3.3 remains unchanged. 3.4 reads as it says up there and has a restriction about notification requests that will be provided, but the restriction is not to be applied to circumstances outlined in 3.2, which we just went over, or to an investigation by a federal agency into alleged criminal conduct. So if any federal agency, including those that also deal with immigration-related issues, was involved in an investigation into alleged criminal conduct, information could be freely shared to facilitate that investigation into criminal conduct. Section 3.5 deals with access to records, is largely unchanged, but does reference a change to sections 3.2, as previously gone over, and or 3.7, which was already in the policy.
Test 1, 2.
Your microphone appears to be working, so that's positive. And then towards the end, or from sharing information with any federal agency during the investigation into alleged criminal conduct. So if if an investigation was happening, that could occur.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, point of order.
Yeah, please. If Mr. Canty could go through the whole presentation, not just what's outlined in red.
You want me to read the whole blurb?
Yeah, I want you to go through the whole thing.
Okay. All right, well, we'll start with 3.4. Notification requests. Unless ICE or CBP, which stands for Customs and Border Patrol, demonstrate a judicial warrant issued by a judicial court based on probable cause, no officer or employee of a town law enforcement agency shall respond to any ICE or CBP notification request seeking information about an individual's incarceration status, length of detention, home address, work address, personal information, hearing information, or pending release, except as required by 8 U.S.C. Section 1373, or in accordance with public records law, criminal offender record information known as CORI, and/or regulations set forth by the Criminal Justice Information Services known as CJIS, or any other applicable laws therein. This restriction does not apply to the circumstances outlined in 3.2 of this policy or to an investigation by a federal agency into alleged criminal conduct. Section 3.5 reads in its entirety, access to records. Unless ICE or CBP demonstrate a judicial warrant issued by a judicial court based on probable cause or in accordance with activity authorized under sections 3.2 and/or 3.7 of this policy or public records laws, no officer or employee of the town's police department shall allow ICE or CBP agents access to law enforcement records or databases. When permitted, any records release must be documented and in accordance with 8 U.S.C. Section 1373, public records laws, criminal offender record information known as CORI, and/or the regulations set forth by the Criminal Justice Information Services, CJIS, or any other applicable laws therein. Nothing in this policy is intended to restrict the Plymouth Police from sharing information with CJIS, APHIS, which deals with fingerprinting, NCIC, which stands for the National Criminal Information Center, which deals with, that populates interstate records and record keeping, as well as other functions for databases, or other commonly used law enforcement databases, or from sharing information with any federal agency during the investigation into alleged criminal conduct. And for this one, again, the only changes are section 3.2 and/or at the beginning in red, or the or from sharing information with any federal agency during the investigation into alleged criminal conduct. And then the last change is a new section regarding requesting information from federal agencies. So this would be not information going from the police to the federal agency, but from the federal agency to the police. Nothing in this policy is intended to restrict local law enforcement or other town officers or employees from requesting information be provided to local law enforcement or other town officers or employees from any federal law enforcement agency. So that summarizes doesn't summarize, it includes in its entirety all the changes to the policy that are proposed in the amendments that I've provided for you based on meetings with the various stakeholders that I alluded to earlier. I do think that implementing this policy is important. I think that it is complementary to the policy proposed by the police department, and it serves a different purpose. As I said, the board has received a number of requests for board action related to ICE, and as I outlined, there are things we can and cannot do. But one thing that we can do is create a public-facing policy so that all residents know what the Plymouth Police will and will not do, what other town employees and officers will or will not do, so that they can still engage and participate in local government services. I believe that the police and the town do have an interest in all residents feeling safe in the community, being able to reach out to law enforcement when they need it to report a crime that's happened to them, or to be a witness in a crime that's happened to somebody else. They also have every right as a resident in the community to engage with all the other local services, to go to the library, to walk their kids to school, to talk about, to go to parent-teacher night, things of that, everyday functions that require them to be able to interface with town employees. And I know that when ICE has been in the community in the past, that there have been instances where attendance at school has gone down, participation in employment has gone down, participation in public life has gone down. And I think some of that is because of the public fear that those individuals are feeling. It is the responsibility of federal law enforcement and federal agencies that are charged with enforcing immigration law to enforce that law. And it is not the responsibility of local law enforcement or any other agency of the town to do that. I think the town would benefit from just providing a level of consistent, regular services to all residents so that you don't create a class of people that can't reach out for help when they need it, who feel vulnerable in their community and are subject to being victimized by others. I think that serves the local interests better. And those federal interests, as I alluded to in my opening remarks, can be dealt with by these well-funded federal immigration agencies that can and will conduct themselves in Plymouth regardless of how we feel about it. So those are my proposals in terms of a policy from this board that I think would address some community concern.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. I'm not going to ask you to read verbatim, but I would like, if you wouldn't mind, if you could walk through each of the sections after the definitions and talk about what each of the sections will do and what their effect will be.
Sure. So it begins with 3.1, which is an inquiries about immigration status. This one's short, so I'll just read it. Town employees and officials may not inquire about the immigration status of any person with whom they have contact, except as required by 8 U.S.C. 1373 and by 8 U.S.C. 1324 and state law. There are some instances, for example, like in filling out an I-9, where you need to be able to inquire about citizen status for right to work and things of that nature. So this provides a carve out for that. 3.2, we've already gone over, and that would just set out that the town would generally not involve itself in federal immigration enforcement, but could choose to in instances that are outlined in the red text that we went over just a moment ago. 3.3 deals with holds or administrative warrants. Unless ICE or CBP demonstrate a judicial warrant issued by a judicial court based on probable cause, no officer or employee of a town law enforcement agency shall arrest or detain an individual solely on the basis of an immigration hold or administrative warrant after they're eligible for release from local custody. So that'd be consistent with the Lund decision in saying that they wouldn't be extending their detention based on that status, but that and that nobody would be detained solely on that basis. We've already gone over 3.4 and 3.5. 3.6 deals with the restrictions on access to individuals that are in custody and details what the police can and would do in relation to that or would not do. 3.7 deals with raids and other immigration enforcement actions. So this one is one that in a prior meeting with the chief had some, before it was submitted to the board, we did make an amendment to it to allow for the officers or employees of the Plymouth Police Department from assisting or participating in federal law enforcement's investigations into operations in response to alleged criminal conduct. So that's preserved in there. There's also an exception for officer safety as necessary. This would allow the police to assist in crowd control, but not to participate in the actual raid, the immigration raid itself. So keeping them separate from that. Then there's the next one is in regards to the U visa certification. That does not involve ICE or CBP. That involves a different division of Homeland, but is incorporated there for reference. And then 3.9 was something that the chief had requested in my meeting last week about making it clear that victims and witnesses, all officers and employees of the town police department will protect victims and witnesses of crime regardless of their immigration status, and will encourage all victims and witnesses to report crimes regardless of their immigration status. Again, for those public safety interests that the municipality has that may be separate and apart from those of the federal government.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the board. Are there questions for Mr. Canty? Ms. Iaquinto?
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Canty. In my mind, after hearing the chief's overview of the policies and procedures for the police department and going through this, it seems like that both documents have the same goals but different audiences. So I'm going to ask the question of you. And Mr. Golden, can I also ask a question of Mr. about Chief Flynn? Okay, can I ask you both the same question? Mr. Canty, is there anything in this document that you feel conflicts with what's in the chief's policies and procedures?
So other than the removal of that subversive that I highlighted, I don't think it conflicts with. I think it says the same. It's like six in one hand, half a dozen in the other in some of the language. There are some language differences, but I think as a practical application, it does not. It does establish and codify what the police would and would not do in a way that, as you said, is meant to be a public-facing document. Aspects of his document are operational in nature, dealing with the booking process, database entry, things like that. Those are referenced in here just for the sake of clarity. But I would expect that his officers, in the carrying out of their day-to-day activities, would review his policy for their day-to-days. But then members of the public that are concerned, because this can be posted on our website, and obviously it's being discussed in the public forum, this could help address the concerns of the public as it relates to the police, as well as one thing this does that his does not is deal with non-police employees and what
Okay.
they would or would not do. Now, they would obviously have much less interaction with federal immigration agencies, but it doesn't conflict. It's just something that, because he's the chief of the police department and not all departments, his policy does not contemplate.
Okay, okay. And Chief Flynn, I'll ask you the same question about what you see as potential conflicts.
Questions today, Mr. Canty did add a section under 3.2 regarding all the violent felonies that we could reach out to ICE on our own and discuss. Our policy, where it differs is, and I'll read the whole opening paragraph on it. It says, in furtherance of the department's policing philosophy and the continued engagement and outreach efforts, the Plymouth police officer shall not participate in any federal immigration-related investigations of any immigrant or foreign national, except when the immigrant or foreign national is under arrest for any violent felony, including but not limited to. Then we have a list of pretty much the same number of violent felonies. Mr. Canty removed but not limited to, because there are some other violent felonies out there, and the list could be twice as long. And it kind of, for lack of a better word, kind of hamstrings us to these particular violent felonies that we're reaching out. For example, kidnapping is not listed there. That in itself is a violent felony. Arson is a violent felony, and that's not listed. So by removal of the words, but not limited to, again, kind of locks us into these 8 or 9 or 10 specific violent felonies. Again, the subversive, that's in our policy. We know the intent of we believe we know the intent of the language, the subversive. We don't harass anybody for protesting against any public or federal agency or operation such as the IRS or anything else. However, if we find out that they are actually trying to overthrow or conduct some sort of action against that, people can protest the tax collector's office all day long. However, if we find that they are out there actually getting ready to take some action, we consider that subversive conduct. We talk about the request. Our policy already addresses the request for information. And again, it addresses it in 2 separate sections. Again, it addresses under here the permissible information. When we receive information that the person in custody has been convicted of a violent felony, if they may be related to terrorism or subversive activities, involve trafficking of individuals, fraudulent assimilation, as Mr. Canty discussed, and, in street gang and other similar activities such as gang violence, trafficking in drugs and weapons. As far as the other information that we share, that's addressed in the section that we discussed about the detainers, what we do give. So the intent of Mr. Canty's language, albeit similar, it's not the same language and can add to some confusion to my officers and staff. The number one thing that in his first line, we've had to discuss this, unless ISO CBP demonstrates a judicial warrant issued by a judge based upon probable cause. Our opinion is that may subject our officers to feel the fact that, well, do I have to confirm that this was in fact, the warrant was in fact obtained based upon probable cause? The way we operate, if we are told by another law enforcement official that they do have probable cause to believe a crime has been committed, we take their word for it. But now this language may add some, also may feel they may have to now call whomever has the warrant in hand and say, well, why don't you send me your paperwork over to me so I can make sure that your probable cause is really up to snuff. And we can't have that. So the intent of the language, again, is the same as we already do. And to have two separate, in my opinion, operational policies will just add to confusion to an already difficult job that we have.
Mr. Canty?
So in regards to your first for any violent felony including, I viewed that as a non-substantive. I have no problem including but not limited to, if that would make you feel better about that. But where it says any violent felony including, I think that my reading of that was that it was implying that it's a non-exhaustive list, meaning any violent felony, these are examples. However,
Folks, I'm going to ask again. Please do not express your opinion from the peanut gallery. Whether you agree with what's being said or you disagree, I'm going to ask that you keep your comments to yourself.
However, to me, it's a distinction without a difference, so I don't have a problem having it read including but not limited to, because I think it accomplishes the same objective. I personally have misgivings about the broad application of subversive. I understand the chief's intents, but I just think it is a broad term. But I'm just one of five and could be convinced by my colleagues if they have strong feelings about the potential for subversive activities, or strong feelings that they just would feel more comfortable with that language being the same. So I'll leave that at that.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, I'm just curious, is subversive a legally defined term?
I'll leave that to the chief or to town council.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that. We'll
Hang
wait
on
for
a
town
second,
council, but I was just,
Hang on one second, Bill. We're conferencing.
It's not defined in my policy.
But is it a legally defined term? Like, is there some legal precedent that says, some law book somewhere that says this is what
That I don't know.
subversive is? Okay.
That I don't know.
Mr. Cohen?
is there another word that you can utilize in that circumstance that would give greater definition?
Well, I had made a suggestion in our meeting earlier of seditious, but I don't know if that would necessarily accomplish the objective of the word subversive, or if it was a suggestion I had made.
Seditious does seem to have more, it does seem to have a greater definition
Yes.
than subversive, which, as the chief was indicating earlier, the leeway there, but there's also leeway in seditious. So I'm just
There
curious.
is.
Yeah, so did the chief have any preference about the word seditious replacing subversive?
I guess I don't have preference of either word. What I'm concerned about is having two policies that don't say the exact same thing, that can be interpreted different ways by different people, that potentially can get my offices jammed up. The town of Plymouth opened up the liability, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month, could be 6 years from now. If a case is brought back to us where somebody feels that they were wronged, and they ask, well, which policy did the officer or the officers at that time follow? Well, we followed the chief's policy. Well, the argument could be, well, why do we follow the town's policy? You know, the language is, whereas both policies address the concerns I think everybody has, again, to have two, in my opinion, operational policies that do not have the same language is problematic all around.
If my colleagues don't have questions, I have a couple. I'll start with town council. I have a few questions for you, Ms. McKay. So I guess I'll piggyback off what the chief just ended his remarks with. In your opinion, could this policy put us at risk for a lawsuit in any manner?
I think it's a broad question. I guess I would go piggyback to quote you off of Chief Flynn's concern that if there are two policies that are not identical, or if there are policies that are different, that lead to either confusion or different interpretations. I think when there are two different policies, that is a legal concern, and I'm not sure you would find an attorney to say that that's legally advisable to have two policies that are not in concert with each other, never mind different from each other.
So you're in agreement with the chief that if...
I share his concerns.
Okay. One other question, if we were to adopt this policy, do you think we could be risking any federal funding that we might receive through grant programs?
So I think, given the current state of where we're at with the federal administration, there are grants, at least back in the spring, there were grants that were being offered, and they required addenda to be signed off on pertaining to DEI policies, pertaining to immigration policies, enforcement. And there is pending litigation nationwide, several class action lawsuits, as well as there's litigation that I checked on today with the city of Boston, where the city of Boston is they are being sued by the federal government for their Trust Act, which was originally passed in 2014 and then amended in 2019. As far as taking the grant question, it certainly seems that the federal government has taken that approach, given their differing interpretations or given the policies that they have chosen to sue for or sue because of. It's my understanding that those lawsuits involving the grants, none of them have reached a final end point. There are preliminary injunctions in place in some of those lawsuits. Without a final answer, I think it's difficult to predict where it's going to go. Excuse me. I think that based on my understanding of that litigation, a lot of it is turning on the carve-outs that are in the policies and whether or not it is sufficient, or whether or not it will be sufficient in the eyes of the court to not run afoul of federal law. As far as the lawsuit in Boston, as it stands right now, I believe the federal government sued the city of Boston. The city of Boston has filed a motion to dismiss on numerous grounds. The federal government has not yet responded to the motion to dismiss. I did note that when the federal government filed their lawsuit against the city, they had multiple claims. They did allege that the city of Boston was singling out one agency over another, one federal agency over another. I would imagine that the city of Boston has a response to that. There were a number of additional briefs that were submitted. I was not able to read them all. So I would say that's an open area right now, or an unclear area as to where that's going to turn out. Additionally, there is a claim in the city of in the litigation against the city of Boston that their trust act is running afoul of 1373 and impeding or obstructing the imposition or the effectiveness of 8 USC 1373. Also an open question at this point as to where that will come out and where that litigation is right now in terms of awaiting a response to the city's motion to dismiss. I don't think it's a stretch to think that whatever the outcome is at the level that it's at right now, it would probably get appealed, depending on how things continue to play out. So you may not have an answer on that for a while.
Okay.
That's what I'm driving at.
Thank you, Ms. McKay.
Certainly.
Chief, I have a few questions for you. You mentioned at the top of your presentation that the department is accredited. Does your accreditation require an immigration policy similar to the one that you presented here to us tonight?
No, right now, out of the 274 required standards, immigration enforcement is not there. That is something that we implemented on our own.
So you already go above and beyond what an accredited police department
We have a number
is
of
required
policies that go outside the scope. You know, we keep them to all the policies to the best police practices and then consistent with law.
And I think that's an important point, just to drive it home. As you presented here tonight, your policies adhere to both federal and state laws, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of any other communities in our area that have a policy like the one that you have?
It's funny you should ask. When I first developed this policy a year ago, I made some calls around and there were only very few out there. Even till this day, in preparation for this presentation, still very few communities have an actual operational policy. What they follow is, well, what they present as their policy or train to their officers was the guidelines I put in my packet from the Massachusetts Police Association Legal Advisory, which addresses all these issues.
Thank you for that. I know you touched on this a little bit earlier during your presentation, but ICE doesn't just do work on deportations.
No, sir.
Could you give us a little bit deeper information about what other operations they do?
Sure, they do money laundering, they do drug trafficking. The big thing is human trafficking, child exploitation. Back in 2023, ICE was in town and they arrested an individual who was wanted for the murder of a child back in Brazil. As I alluded to, they've helped us with some retail theft issues, tracking people down. And again, there are others that I don't want to talk about.
Okay.
So, yeah.
If this policy were to pass, do you think it would hamper your ability to effectively work with ICE and other federal law enforcement agencies on some of those issues that you've just discussed? And some of the ones that you're not able to?
Right, so that is a concern. So, again, we're not required to share information, just like we're not required to share information with them. They're really not required to share anything with us. But I think we have developed a relationship with all of our law enforcement partners that allow us to operate and conduct our business for this protection of all. I do have a concern that if we are limited or restricted to what we can do with them, if we do reach out to them for a serious criminal case, they may say, sorry, Plymouth, we're a little busy right now.
Yeah.
As far as if I can't speak about fellow law enforcement, other three-letter agencies, whether or not, they may jump on board, but we do have a great relationship with the FBI, the DEA, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service. Like I said, we have officers assigned to some of those individual task forces. So that is a concern.
Okay. I often hear law enforcement described as a brotherhood, and you folks have to interact and coordinate with other agencies. This will certainly strain your relationship with ICE if we were to pass an additional restrictive policy. Do you think it might jeopardize your relationship with other agencies, be they federal, state, or local?
I don't know. I'm not even sure it'll strain our relationship with ICE. but I don't know if that's a risk I want to take at this time.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
you know, our policy does follow the law. It does follow the practice. I think, I would hope that I've made it clear, we do not get ourselves involved in any immigration. We don't ask immigration status. We don't assist ICE in what they do. We focus on crime, not immigration.
Thank you, Chief. Other questions from the board? Mr. Cohen?
Yeah, just for Mr. Canty, going back to 3.3.
Yes. 3.3, okay.
Yep. And I was just, could you elaborate a little bit further on 3.3 and what that entails and how that is, consistent currently with the policy that we're hearing from the police?
Yes, so, well, consistent with, in 3.3, which deals with holds or administrative warrants, it says unless ICE or CBP demonstrate a judicial warrant issued by a judicial court based on probable cause, no officer or employee of a town law enforcement agency shall arrest or detain an individual solely on the basis of an immigration hold or administrative warrant after the individual is eligible for release from local custody. That's consistent with the decision in the Lund case that says under state law you can't.
Right.
If someone is otherwise eligible to be free, and the only thing that would impede that freedom is an immigration detainer, under state law, that individual must be released. So this is consistent with state law. It's consistent with federal law as well, in the sense that federal law, there's an anti-commandeering doctrine that that local law enforcement cannot be required to enforce federal law. They can voluntarily choose to do so. As you've heard from the chief, they choose not to. But they cannot be required to do so. So this would be consistent with that state law and the concept of federalism as well.
Right. And not in conflict with the existing policy.
No, it's consistent. And again, I believe, in my opinion, that while there are some differences in the specific arrangement of words and phrasing, that the operational, to the extent that this is an operational policy, because I think his is much more operational, dealing with the booking process, things of that nature, that the words in this policy are 6 in one hand and the words in his are half a dozen in the other, in regards to how the rubber actually hits the road in terms of their operational intersections, in my opinion.
And so the other thing I want to talk about is 3.29, 3.2.9.
Yep.
You were indicating that you were open to this and not limited to?
That would be earlier. That would be at the top of that page with the any violent felony, including but not limited to.
Okay.
So if the 3.2.9 is already, if they're been convicted of any violent felony.
Right.
So that already is there's no list, so it's any violent felony. But he was concerned about how mine went any violent felony, including colon, and his said any violent felony, including but not limited to, which I'm fine with reverting back because I think the intent is the same.
Right. Because again, you're looking at the Plymouth Police Department current policy that was put together over a year ago that you've been adhering to effectively. As we look at that policy and the policy that you're seeing, you don't want to get into a situation where one is in conflict with the other, that you're hoping that you're using language that one complements one of the other. Obviously, we have the components of the responsibility of the operational activities of the police officers carrying out town day-to-day activities. And we want that responsibility to be met in a manner in which they and the chief have expressed a consistency of understanding. And I hear the chief and his concern about having, something that is causing a level of unstabilizing that process. But at the same time, I'm looking at a policy here that is only, does it complement or does it undermine the other policy? And that's the concern and focus that I have. If you can speak to that, and if
Sure.
the chief wants to speak to that, I know you've spoke to it a number of times, but.
So in my opinion, the intended audience for the two policies is different. This does set expectation for town employees, including police department employees, but this is a public-facing select board policy that is intended to be directed towards the community and establishing the guidelines that our employees will be working under, and the borders as opposed to the details. And the details are outlined by the phrasing in the chief's policy. So I think his policy, that's why his deals with things like the booking process, entry into certain data systems, things of that nature. Whereas this policy establishes the metes and bounds within which our employees, whether they be police department or other employees of the town, will conduct themselves so that individuals know that if they were to interact with town employees, that they would not be communicating their information to ICE or CBP unless one of the specifically enumerated exceptions were to exist.
Chief, do you agree with that characterization?
Again, I'll go back to my previous statement. It's been mentioned a few times that we have two policies. I think I've heard that essentially say the same thing. They attain the same goal, to treat everybody fairly, to follow the law of the Commonwealth, to have, again, two separate policies with in very different language to end up with the same end result. Again, it's going to add to confusion. What I would like to see as a select board policy is that the board, and I appreciate this, that you have listened to constituents, you have listened to your emails, you have listened to the group here, and you have brought the concerns, you've brought me here tonight to discuss our policies, to explain our actions, what we do, what we don't do, what we can do, what we can't do, that the board would essentially, as their policy, say that we have reviewed the chief's policy, we have reviewed their actions and their conduct, and we agree that they are following the law. They are not violating anybody's rights. And that being said, as part of our policy, we will sit down with the chief or his designee, the deputy, every year and ensure that that policy is still consistent with the intent of the original policy, with the intent of the law, and does not violate anybody's rights. You know, that you know, I hope that it answers your question, and I hope I didn't impart my, personal opinion, but I think we do agree that the policies accomplish the same goals to an extent.
Mr. Canty, I have a question for you. In 3.10, you added language about requesting information from federal agencies. So am I to understand that you want us to be able to request information from federal authorities, but not for us to share information with federal authorities?
So there was a concern expressed that there was concern that the policy would limit the ability of the police to request information from federal agencies, from the federal agency to the police. So that was inserted in there. My objective is to set the standards for what the police will and will not do for the benefit of residents and their knowledge. And there are a number of carve-outs within the policy that permit the police to talk to all federal agencies, including ICE and CBP, when a crime has been committed or crime is being investigated.
Thank you, but I don't think you answered the question. Is your intent to restrict the information that we send to federal authorities while at the same time enshrining in our policy that we can still ask for any information that we want?
So the intent is to protect and be consistent with that local police will not act as immigration enforcement officers, including the sharing of some information with them, which would facilitate and functionally be functioning as federal immigration officers. However, there's not a restriction, there's nothing lost by the town from receiving information from ICE. But in my opinion, there is something lost by the town if the town participates or is involved in being an immigration enforcement officer on behalf of ICE.
I'm still not sure you answered the question, but I'll take that as a yes. You're seeking to restrict the information we share while also saying that we can still ask for whatever we want. Now,
I believe
so
my answer was more
do you
comprehensive.
believe that that would be an amenable arrangement with federal law enforcement?
Well, apparently, Mr. Golden, that is the arrangement that the police chief already has with federal law enforcement, based on his summary of his policy. So apparently it is.
So then I'd ask the question, what is the purpose of this policy if we already have a sufficient policy?
Well, we were never shown this policy before this packet came out as a board. So we've been asked questions about this issue for months now, and this policy has been in existence since February of last year, but until this came forward, we hadn't seen it. And as the civilian oversight, I think it's important that we do see it and do have input within it. I appreciate the chief meeting with me to discuss it, and I do think that there are potential, I do think that his policy is a good policy, but it's not something that was put forward unless and until I had made this request and others had made this request. So I'm open to, I said in my materials that were submitted that I'm interested in the feedback of my colleagues as to this particular issue and how it will be dealt with. I think it's important that we have a public-facing policy so that members of the public can cite that, review it, and look at it. I think it's also important that that policy, as the chief himself suggested, be reviewed periodically, because obviously it's an evolving situation. So I am amenable to alternatives, and this is purely a proposed policy to address a public interest concern.
Thank you for those clarifications. Are there other questions for Mr. Canty or the chief or other staff? Mr. Quintel?
Chief, would this policy have to be bargained with the groups?
Pursuant to Mass Police accreditation, one of the standards is that we do have a process we follow to develop policies. Not all policies are bargained. Some are management rights. And this policy, when it was presented to the department, there were no questions. A lot of the policies that we have developed over the years essentially memorialized things that we already do or did. And even when I was at lesser ranks, just having those actions that or activities we conducted memorialized that we could point a finger to if we ever got in a jam were welcome.
Thank you.
Further questions before I open it up for public comment? Mr. Canty?
Chief, I'm sorry to hit you right when you get down, but
I need the exercise. You know what? I just did that back surgery, so.
that's true. That's true. You got to exercise those muscles. So you alluded to in one of your more recent remarks, the idea of your policy being like reviewed on an annual basis.
Yeah, we do that already as part of our policy. And again, consistent with Mass Police Accreditation Commission, all of our policies are reviewed every year.
Yeah.
However, if there are significant changes or substantive changes to laws or processes,
Right.
We don't wait the year. We do make the changes immediately.
Okay. And so my understanding is that the town has accepted the strong chiefs statute.
The strong chief statute was rescinded back in, I think, 2017.
Okay.
However, my contract does indicate that I shall have the sole responsibility for the development of rules and the regulations that the department operates under.
Okay. So if your policy were, because our two policies are, and I'm open to feedback from my colleagues on this, because our two policies, we seem to be in agreement that they're attempting to accomplish substantively the same objectives.
Yeah, to protect our citizens. Yeah.
Right. And we hadn't heard of this before this became an agenda item.
Right.
And as we talked earlier today, I do think there is an important public benefit in hearing what the department is doing and how they're doing it, so that those fears and concerns are addressed, as well as so that the actions of ICE do not reflect on yourself or your officers.
No, we get blamed for a lot.
Right. Right. Sometimes fairly, sometimes unfairly. I know how that goes.
Yeah, we'll take our hits if we deserve them.
Yes, right. And unfortunately, you probably get some you don't deserve. Would you be amenable to the idea of of this particular policy, not your other policies, but this particular policy having an annual review by the select board for the public benefit and being publicly published? And then if you needed to update it as the year goes along, you'd just bring those updates before the board?
I would have no issue with that at all. As far as how policy never being presented before, as I said, none of our policies ever been really presented
Right.
as they are. And it wasn't until I heard about, I was never asked by anybody prior to any policy or a bylaw that's being proposed at the spring town meeting, or I've never been asked by the former No Place for Hate Committee, the now Plymouth for All Committee, hey, Chief, do you have a policy on this? I've never been asked that by any of these. So truthfully, when this policy came to light to me, I was kind of shocked. When the bylaw that Mr. Deloge has crafted, it's like, all you had to do was call. You know, we could have talked about it. So that's kind of where maybe there was the disconnect. But yeah, this policy, again, this is a major policy. We do have some policies a lot of people are concerned about. Our pursuit policy, highly litigious policy, use of force. You know, those are the two biggies. And we can add this to the third biggie, if you will.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Cohan, then Messiah Quinto.
Yes, Chief, you indicate the lines of communication, and I know, and I commend the Plymouth Police Department in recent years sending out officers to take part in steering committee meetings. There's an effort to create that line of communication, and I know over the years, No Place for Hate, which is now known as Plymouth for All, had a liaison, and in this capacity, just becoming a selectman in May, just learning the process around these levels of communication that are required to open up a discussion that can be helpful. Obviously, there have been different times that the board has discussed publicly the need for having an update or a discussion. And so, learning of the policy that you have, I know I didn't ask for the policy, but serving in this capacity in crafting this policy, and as the community starts to debate an issue related to it, there are, the lines of communication are a two-way street, but obviously there's things that we can be doing to increase that. in my efforts in the last couple of months of attending lots of meetings, I see how passionate people are about many different issues, and seeing the need for greater lines of communication and understanding. So I commend you on what you've been doing so far, and I look forward to, making sure that those communication lines strengthen and not fully connect.
So if I may elaborate on that, so when I first became chief back in 2021, I realized that we needed to improve our public engagement, if you will. And I certainly can't be out every night of the week. So we developed what we call the community connection team. And I have officer liaisons that go to monthly or whenever they're held, each village steering committee meetings. Just open up the line of communications to fill in the attendees, what we're doing, listening to whatever issues or complaints they may have, and they bring them back to the command staff, and we see how we can address them. So I do have a lieutenant that oversees that. He gets a report from each officer, and he forwards it to me. And the issues of each village has their own unique concerns. Majority of them have to do with traffic and speeding and all that stuff. We do our best, but not once has this issue been brought up to a meeting, what we do. In addition, I established a house of worship committee, and we meet quarterly. All the houses of worship in the town are invited. It's very well attended. We discuss whatever issues, whatever congregation may have, whichever membership to certain houses of worship may have. And again, the issue of immigration has never been brought up. So, but we did address other concerns within those groups, so it never really became an issue that we felt needed to be addressed. We didn't hear any direct complaints. We didn't hear any direct concerns. Never received any direct questions other than, regards to immigration.
Cy Quinto?
Don't go away. I'm sorry about that. We should have got you a much more comfortable setup up there.
I'm
for
fine.
you. Okay, so again, I just want to go back to the fact that we did just get the police policy last week. This had been evolving because we felt that there was clearly a vacuum in the community. Not knowing the absence of information, we had to fill it with something. So listening to the concerns of the community, talking to different stakeholders and constituents in the community and in the town, we developed this policy to fill that void. But now we know the void has been filled, and had been filled for quite a while, and we didn't know about that. I don't want to revisit why we didn't know about it until last week. I'd rather look forward from here. I'm very grateful for the policy that you have, and I do appreciate the fact that having two policies dealing with the same issue really will cause a lot of confusion. However, I do really feel that we need something in layman's terms, because this is such a big issue in the community. We do need some sort of a statement, almost like a cover sheet to your policy, if you will, that kind of summarizes, we worked together on this, this wouldn't be created in a vacuum, that summarizes something that could be posted on the town website or distributed in various venues, and the house of worship that you mentioned, different community groups could use it. Would you be open to working on something like that, and perhaps working to develop a greater outreach to the community or much more information sharing with the community?
I'm always open to that. Over the weekend, I developed a list of frequently asked FAQs, if you will, that we posted on our Facebook page. Today, I believe, my assistant was out yesterday, I believe that she posted those same FAQs on our website, so they're out there. Which I would hope would answer a lot of the questions or concerns that people may have. And again, we don't turn anybody away for questions at any time. Phone calls, stop in. I get emails from all around the country. I don't know how somebody from Arizona got my email address, but that being said, we're happy to answer any question.
Okay. I would love, Mr. Golden, we'll have an opportunity for discussion prior to our vote after we have public comment.
Yeah, if there's a motion to approve the policy,
Okay.
we'll have discussion too.
Okay.
You can feel free though to share what your thoughts are at this point as well. I'm not going to restrict
Okay,
you.
okay, I mean, I would love to hear from the public. People have come out here and they have information to share, and perhaps after hearing this discussion today, they'll have more ideas for us to kind of work through. But I am kind of wondering how we mesh the goals, the mutual goals that we have, so that we don't cause more confusion, because I think that's the last thing we want to do. But we also do want to be more communicative and make sure that we're listening and responding to the true needs of the community. So I think that maybe if we open it up to public comment and then come back and revisit this, Mr. Golden, does that make sense?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Unless my colleagues have any further questions, I'd like to hear from the public myself. Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do, folks. Because of the number of people who are here tonight, I'm going to impose a little bit of order to this process. We have some folks who are sitting in the courthouse as well. I'm going to first ask the assistant town manager to come on up and test that microphone, because they believe they have fixed the issue.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear us now?
We can.
No. Nope.
We can hear you, yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. So we will be able to, we'll be able to engage the folks in the courtroom as well. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to start with the people who are here in this room, and then I will enlist the help of our staff in the courtroom to be able to recognize the folks in there. I'm going to start by putting a 1-hour time frame on this, so that we are able to sufficiently hear from both sides of this issue. I'm also going to alternate between those in favor and those who are opposed to the policy. If at the end of the hour, my colleagues think that we need to take additional comments, if they feel that there is other information that needs to be shared from the public back to us that we haven't already heard, I'll let them make that determination, but we're going to check in at the 1-hour mark. So by my clock, it is now 8:11. So at approximately 9:11, I'll bring it back to the board. So I'm going to start by recognizing someone here in the Great Hall who is in favor of the policy. You're in favor of the policy? Come on up.
I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood. I'm in favor of the chief's policy.
Oh, okay. We'll take you. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Peter Matlin, and I serve as chair of the Plymouth for All Town Committee. And I speak tonight in unity with Together We Can, with the petitioners of the Plymouth Community Trust Bylaw and with an overwhelming number of Plymouth residents. We stand here to urge that immediate action is taken to redress the damage that's being inflicted by ICE operations on our neighbors and to public safety. And to this end, we collectively endorse the public-facing policy as proposed by Mr. Canty that applies to all town employees, goes beyond the PPD. We also collectively endorse the Community Trust Bylaw on the spring warrant. This evening's vote to approve the proposed policy from Mr. Canty is crucial because we can't wait another 4 months for the town meeting to act. The healing process must begin now, and approval this evening of this policy proposal is an essential first step in that process. As you know, in executing our town mandate to inform and advise, the Plymouth for All Committee submitted a memo to the Select Board in November in which we recommended many of the positions contained in the current proposal from Mr. Canty. We explained in our memo that religious and secular leaders in immigrant communities have told us that many of their neighbors are afraid to go to work, to attend school, to seek medical care, and even to participate in church services, simply because they fear being caught up in indiscriminate ICE raids. This fear is being felt even by full U.S. citizens and legally documented immigrants who are Black or brown, or who speak with an accent. And this is because the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that ICE is allowed to racially profile those whom they target and sweep up in raids. Our committee also learned that many people in immigrant communities do believe that the Plymouth Police Department is cooperating with ICE. This belief has seriously reduced trust in the PPD and has reduced overall policing effectiveness. We've been told that Black and brown residents, including U.S. citizens, legal residents, and those living in mixed-status households, are now afraid to go to the police to report crimes, to cooperate in police investigations, and to serve as witnesses to crimes committed in Plymouth. The bottom line is that the fear of cooperating with the police is putting everyone in our community at greater risk, regardless of immigration status, race, or ethnicity. The public-facing policy proposed by Mr. Canty represents a major step to reverse this trend. I'll close, Mr. Chair, by respectively suggesting a follow-up strategy. As soon as possible after Mr. Canty's policy is approved, we strongly urge that town leaders should meet with our immigrant communities and explain what the new policy means. They should also assure our immigrant neighbors that they are a valuable part of the Plymouth community, that their rights will be respected and protected, and that all immigrants will be treated justly, with dignity, and with compassion by all town officials.
You've exceeded your 3-minute limit. I will ask now if there is someone who is opposed to Mr. Canty's policy. Mr. Lawler?
Thank you, Mr. Golden. Thank you, Selectman. Mr. Canty, thank you very much for wasting our time tonight.
Folks,
We're here tonight
hold on,
because-
Mr. Lawler, hold on. I'm pausing your time, so you're not going to lose any time. If you agree with Mr. Lawler, please don't make any noise. If you disagree with Mr. Lawler, please don't make any noise. I want to be respectful of the folks who are presenting. Please keep it down. Mr. Lawler, please
Thank you,
continue.
Mr. Select. We're here tonight because of Kevin Canty's personal agenda. Kevin's agenda to fight the federal government's agenda. Kevin's agenda is everything and anything that is not important to the taxpayer of Plymouth. Kevin, Plymouth is in a major budget crisis right now looming. We're at the edge of the cliff, Kevin. Kevin, there are 26 tax-paying residential dwellings in Plymouth, with about 70,000 Plymouthians living in those residences. Do you think they care about your personal agenda? Kevin, they care about, and the select board is focused on the budget and the next 5% tax increases coming down the line, Kevin. That's what Plymouth cares about. Taxes, Kevin. Taxes, Kevin. Kevin, affordability. You are a distraction to the select board. Kevin, 4 years ago, you called me to run your campaign and become a trusted advisor for you. There was a major issue on your agenda, and that was Plymouth's affordability issues and the high cost of living in Plymouth. It was a top priority for you back then, Kevin. Kevin, you told me your true goal was to be chair of the select board. Remember those discussions, Kev? Kevin, you've lost your priorities. Priorities are the taxpayer. You are lost, Kevin. Plymouth needs a leader. Obviously, you're not a leader. Thank you for your time.
I do want to make one quick clarification. There are probably going to be things that are said here tonight that are that some of us may not agree with, and I have to make sure that you folks understand that I cannot stop folks from saying what they wish to say. My job is to open the floor and let them give their comments. So I'll just leave it at that. I'll next ask if there's someone who is in favor of Mr. Canty's policy who would like to speak next. I've called this gentleman, sorry. I didn't see your hand go up.
Okay. My name is Steve Franzino, Precinct 15. I'm going to cut out a lot of the fluff that I had in here in the beginning, just in interest of time, and get right into why I support the policy. And here's why. It sets a townwide policy. It doesn't just say, here's what the police department does. It says all town officials and all town employees, overarching. And I also wonder why, if the town sets a policy, why the police department's policy wouldn't be modified to match that policy. I'm just curious why that wouldn't be. The policy simply says, here's what town employees are authorized to do and what they're not authorized to do. Pretty simple. I'm actually very encouraged that the police department's policy is such in line with Kevin's policy. Number two, it provides civil oversight that is responsive to the public concern. We talked about this a little bit. And we talked about the public trust of the police department may be in question from immigrants. So this is a townwide policy. Maybe that puts out more trust in the whole system that it's an overarching thing. I like the fact that it requires the use of judicial warrants. I don't see any problem with that at all. You know, these ICE holds or detainers are simply requests and usually come over as administrative warrants. So I don't see why upping the ante and saying, yes, we require judicial warrants as being a problem. And also restricting access to town records and databases, also requiring the same judicial warrants. And here's the goal that both sides were talking about. We want to foster public safety, right? This has been said a million times here, but when part of the community fears interaction with local law enforcement, or town officials for that matter, crime goes unreported, victims remain silent, and trust breaks down. Can't have that. So we have to do something that either fixes that or sets a policy that the town can publish, the civilian part of the town can publish. And it also should include, and this is not necessarily in the police's procedural policy, but how do we expect ICE to conduct themselves in our hometown? How do we tamp down the aggressive actions and the safety concerns that we've already experienced here?
You've exceeded your 3 minutes. I will now ask if there's someone who is against Mr. Canty's policy.
Thank you.
Mr. Brewster? Folks, you might want to hop in line if you're interested in talking. My eye is immediately drawn to the growing line. Mr. Brewster, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Firstly, Wrestling Brewster, Chair, Precinct 15, Vice Chair of the Committee of Precinct Chairs. I am in no way, shape, or form here on any of those people. Mr. Quintal, a couple weeks ago, said, we need to get back our focus, that we're doing all this stuff that isn't in the interest of the town, and getting back to the town's main objective, your objective, as the select board. Apparently, to get community involvement, we either have to have marijuana or ICE. The last time that this room was this full is when we had the marijuana on the agenda. I encourage everyone in this room to show up for the budget talks. That's what the most important thing right now. We're on a fiscal cliff. We have a policy that our law enforcement official brought up. We were so close 5 minutes ago for this board to say, hey, you've got a policy, if we could review it, great. Mr. Canty even said, I didn't even know about this policy. So we have a policy that someone, a non-law enforcement official brought up, and we have a law enforcement official who said, hey, I've got this policy. Great. I saw great movement this evening between the board and the police saying, I've got this policy. Hey, if we could go to this policy every year and we could have community involvement, problem solved. What I would say is, Mr. Canty, if you could rescind your policy and ask the police officer here to meet with you on a yearly basis, that would solve all our problems. We can go home. This is not an ICE issue. This is the Board of Selectmen that is supposed to be looking after the town of Plymouth. Yes, you all have concerns. I get it. Your concerns are brought to the Select Board. The Select Board should go to the law enforcement agency who makes these policies and say, hey, we've got concerns. Let's work together. That's what I want to see from this board. I want to see this board go to the law enforcement and say, hey, let's work together. Let's keep going. Perfect. This is great stuff. Let's get back to this fiscal cliff that we are about to go over. Does everybody realize this fiscal cliff? We need to know this. We need to say to our board, you need to work this out because we're not doing that 2.5% override. So we've got to look at ways that we can get this town to the future, not the past. We need to work with law enforcement. They can do as much as they can do. The town
Mr.
cannot
Brewster,
do
you've
anything.
exceeded your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask for someone who's in favor.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Thomas. I've lived in Plymouth for 40 of my 44 years. I'm here as both a lifelong resident and co-founder of Together We Can. I stand here today in unity with Plymouth for All, the petitioners of the Plymouth Community Trust bylaw, and all who call Plymouth home. I've never seen this level of fear in our community. Whether you are documented, undocumented, or a U.S. citizen, the fear feels the same. If you are Black, brown, or speak with an accent, you feel like a target. Parents are afraid to send their kids to school. People are afraid to go to work, church, even the grocery store. That fear is real. Together We Can formed out of necessity. We were witnessing aggressive immigration enforcement tactics. People taken off the streets, families separated, fear spreading. Silence was no longer an option. Sorry. The immigration enforcement, detention, and deportation budget has been inflated to $170 billion. Another surge could be coming, and we need measures in place now, not later. Tonight, Mr. Canty presented a policy that provides clear guidance on how our town protects public safety while responding appropriately to federal immigration enforcement. It is imperative that the board vote to pass this policy tonight. This policy does not restrict federal agents from doing their jobs. It defines when and how Plymouth may lawfully assist. It gives officers clear direction and reassures residents that local police are focused on local public safety. When people fear calling the police could lead to deportation, crimes go unreported, victims and witnesses disappear. By clarifying that Plymouth police do not perform federal immigration enforcement, this policy builds trust, and trust is essential to effective policing. This issue also affects tourism, which affects our economy. When fear drives people away, local businesses and town revenue suffer. Responsible policy is fiscally responsible policy. It is the town's duty to protect all residents equally. Federal law enforcement does not have authority to commandeer local law enforcement officers. Clear boundaries protect everyone. We respect the Plymouth Police Department, the chief, and the policy he presented tonight, and we respect the work our officers do every day. We hope these additional measures can be adopted to reassure the community and restore trust, which improves public safety. Thank you to the Select Board for the diligence you've shown, consulting other towns, the Attorney General's office, and the community. That matters. This has been a collaborative effort. Together We Can submitted a petition with over 700 signatures. Plymouth for All submitted a memo that evolved into the Community Trust bylaw, and tonight we have the board's policy before us. No one is trying to prevent punishment for crime. We're asking for fair treatment, due process, and equal standards. Tonight we can choose clarity over confusion, unity over fear, and lawful governance over uncertainty. I urge the board to vote in the affirmative and codify the standards that protect public safety, the rule of law, and the integrity of our town. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask for someone who's against. Come on up, Mr. Sullivan.
First thing, it's clear that there's a disconnect between the police department and the select board, given the astonishing revelation that they were unaware that you had a policy that addressed this. So my first ask is the police department policy procedure manual posted in the public domain? If not, why not? I think that's the first thing. The second thing, amongst the select board, a lot of talk about lines of communication. And in a perfect world, that would be great. But unless you're deaf, dumb, and blind, you can't help but notice in the images on social media of these well-organized, highly violent, highly coordinated mob attacks on federal law enforcement officers. And common sense and reason will tell you that it's organized, it's funded, it's an organized and funded insurrection is what we're seeing happening in places like New York, Chicago, LA, and I'm afraid here in America's hometown of Plymouth. That's the second thing. The third thing is, we talked about local priorities. That was your premise, and you cited two incidents, something that happened, let me take a look at something that happened in August, an unmarked law enforcement vehicle with low-profile in-window emergency lights. You are aware that the Mass State Police and a lot of municipal police also are equipped with unmarked vehicles with low-profile in-window emergency lights. I'm not sure if the town of Plymouth has those vehicles, but I do know that other municipalities, and certainly the Mass State Police does, as well as my employer, the Department of Correction. You also mentioned an incident that happened where there was an apprehension made and a vehicle was abandoned. And what we heard from our police chief is that there's been approximately 6 encounters between Plymouth Police and ICE in all of 2025. And then when the chief said that he reached out to local neighboring communities to see if anybody had a policy that mirrored Mr. Canty's, in his words, he said, very, very few. And so let's go back to priorities. We certainly know from Mr. Cohen the fact that we have a budget shortfall and we have a related hiring freeze. If you look at the audited financials, we are on the precipice of a financial Armageddon. A. B. Did anybody take a look at the
Mr.
MCAS
Sullivan,
scores?
you've,
The
exceeded-
MCAS
Mr.
scores are
Sullivan,
in the toilet.
Mr. Sullivan,
So
you've
let's
exceeded-
have priority.
Mr. Sullivan, can you go back to the microphone real quick? You and I are familiar with one another, but can you just give your name for the record?
Sure, I'm Nurse Dan Sullivan, and I'm a neighbor of Dave Golden.
Thank you. I'll now ask for someone who is in favor of the policy.
Is that good? Okay. I am Mark Desloges, and I represent the petitioners of the Community Trust Bylaw, Article 37, on the Springtown warrant. I stand with my colleagues and most of the community to offer our support for the Canty Select Board proposal and the Community Trust Bylaw as well. We have a two-step plan. Step 1 is to pass Mr. Canty's policy tonight. Step 2 is to pass the Community Trust Bylaw at Springtown meeting coming up in April. It is very important that town meeting and select board speak with one voice in unity on this issue. And these policies must be set by the highest elected bodies of Plymouth governance, which is the select board and town meeting. When local police are perceived as extensions of federal immigration authorities, community trust collapses. Residents, regardless of their citizenship status, stop reporting crimes, stop serving as witnesses, and stop coming forward when they need help. This does not make anyone safer. It leaves perpetrators on the streets. Safety depends on trust, and trust cannot coexist with fear that a roadside stop to offer assistance to a routine community policing incident might trigger involvement in a civil immigration matter. In addition, our federal laws clearly state that immigration enforcement is a federal responsibility. When local agencies are pressured or incentivized to carry out federal civil enforcement, we move toward a system where federal duties are quietly shifted onto local shoulders without consent and without local resources. This comes at a real cost. Every hour a local enforcement officer spends on federal immigration matters is an hour not spent on matters that we fund them to do, protecting the community and preventing violence and addressing community needs. Respectfully, tonight is not the night for considering delays, nor a time to believe that you have done enough. It is time to pass Mr. Canty's proposal. And then ask yourselves, what more can you do to allay fear and promote the public safety? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask for someone who's opposed to Mr. Canty's policy. Mr. Lyden, come on up.
Steve Lyden, Precinct 17. I have to say that I support the chief, one, because he's an expert in his field. If you look at what he's done with the police department being accredited, which is not an easy process. He also has his own policy that he has on this. I think that you can't have two policies because they just don't mesh together. There's too many questions. There could be too many questions. I've dealt with the chief on a lot of issues, not enforcement issues, but other issues. And I have to tell you, every meeting I've had with him, and it's been worth thousands of dollars, that he's come with the information and he's answered every question. So we should support his expertise. That's what we hire him for. He's here to do a job. He's doing a damn good job because we still have him. We can't be, and Mr. Canty, you're not an expert. If I have a problem on the street, who am I going to call? Can I speak to Mr. Canty, please? Because I got a problem with an ICE agent. Gee, I'm sorry, he's in court. Or, gee, how about Mr. Culhane? Well, he's showing a house right now. He's kind of busy. But if I call 911, I'm going to get one of his guys and I'm going to get action. And that's what we need. Maybe we need to let the communities of fear, their fear of ICE. They shouldn't be a fear of our police forces. And according to his policy, they shouldn't be. Maybe we should put it on the website. Maybe the church groups, when they have their meetings, they can discuss this policy to let their parishioners know. I says, no, they shouldn't be afraid of the Plymouth Police Department. They're doing everything they can. They do not cooperate with ICE. They stay away from ICE. They're following the laws that they have to. What more do you want from a police department? He's the expert. Mr. Canty, you might be good in court, but when it comes to the police and police, he's the man I'm going to go with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyden. I'll now go with someone who's in favor. Come on up.
Seamus Robert is on and dumb, and I'll try to make this quick, more tame than what's deserved. So, as you could see, there are more than a few in this town who are very vocally in support of federal agents rampaging about and kidnapping people off the streets. But why? For the simple crime of being born in the wrong place. It's both asinine and despicable. But first, let's review some points made at the Select Board meeting last month. Tim Shawbrook, the first whiner to take the pulpit, claimed that ICE and Border Police are at the front lines of combating child sex trafficking. This is ridiculous. Combating child sex trafficking is not within their purview. If they show up, they are incidental to that because of someone's immigration status. Like the vast majority of similar crimes, human trafficking is done by someone the victim knows. Undocumented migrants, which do exist, by the way, Timmy, he made a point that there's no such thing, are far more likely to be victims of trafficking than locally born folk are. Immigrants with or without papers are also statistically proven to be the most law-abiding residents of this empire, because breaking any law jeopardizes their residence here, and immigration, documented or not, is not something done on a whim. People tend to have very solid reasons for crossing oceans and risking their skin for a new life. Our oligarchs and their sycophants, like Timmy and all the rest, that I really couldn't care to name because you people aren't coherent, all they really want is to cheer on the death and suffering of other people for the crime of being not white, and as other people have pointed out, have an accent. They love ICE for this reason, because that's who's doing the legwork on ethnic cleansing and maintaining these illusions. The subject of primacy and sanctity of federal law is also a favorite amongst the crowd, so let's put aside for argument's sake the hypocrisy of how often and flagrantly these laws are broken by agents of the state. The lie of undocumented migrants being some sort of degenerates, which means we must remove them to purify our Lebensraum, hinges on a grand game of make-believe. The law is treated as if it's some sort of stone-hewn fact or fundamental force of the universe, there for humans to discover, like the speed of light, magnetism, or dark matter, as if God himself wrote the tax and penal codes of America and handed them down from Mount Sinai. Truth be told, the law is a human creation, and it's completely arbitrary. We made it up. Legalism is an infantile and harmful position of pure bile. We as humans created the laws, and we have the power and right to change and dispose of them when they cease to serve our needs. The same can be said of the borders themselves. They are imposed by rich morons in ivory towers onto peoples they deemed lesser than themselves. The people being tormented and vanished by ICE did not land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on them. One of my favorite ways to really demonstrate this is with a quote by Terry Pratchett about how we
You've
learned to
exceeded
bleed.
your 3 minutes. I'm going to now go to someone who's opposed to Mr. Canty's
Free
policy.
Palestine.
And I'm going to actually, since he was spoken about, I'm going to invite Tim on up to the microphone next.
How you doing, bud? My name's Tim Shawbrook. For those who don't know me, I'm a lifelong resident of Plymouth. 26-year veteran of the United States Marine Corps, and I spent 22 years as a federal manager. I will not name the agency because I'm not speaking for the agency. However, I know a lot about ICE because I've worked with them. And these people that are making ICE out to be a rogue
Mr.
agency.
Shawbrook, I'm going to pause you for 1 second. Sir, Mr. Shawbrook was respectful during your comments. I'm going to ask that you be respectful during his, or I'm going to ask you to leave the room. So please keep your comments to yourself. Mr. Shawbrook, please continue.
I can tell you, ICE comes into Plymouth for one or two reasons. They either come in for a criminal investigation or they have a removal order that's already been signed off by a federal judge. The due process has already been done, okay? And you can go, don't go into the black hole of Calcutta. You can go on the DHA website and research it. I did that last week. ICE arrested 3 men in Plymouth last year. One, and because it's public record, I'm going to, Carlos Giancopano from Ecuador was arrested for having a removal order. He was also been convicted by the Commonwealth for aggravated assault, weapons charges, and domestic family violence. The second man was from Honduras, Douglas Yeha, who was also wanted for a removal order, but he was also wanted for second entry, which is a federal crime. So they were looking for him for a federal warrant. He was also convicted of the Commonwealth of assault, aggravated assault, and weapons charges. The third man, Fernando Homan, was from Brazil. He was wanted for an emergency, a removal order, but he was also convicted of the Commonwealth of sexual assault and rape. We're talking about public safety. ICE did us a big favor removing those 3 men from our community, okay? I also want to talk about your policy. You might want to take a look at your policy in light of United States Code Title 8, Section 1324, harboring. Any person who knowingly or in reckless disregard of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, transport, or moves or attempts to transport,
or move such alien within the United States by means of transport, otherwise in furtherance of such violation of law, knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, conceals, harbors, shields from detection, or attempts to conceal, harbor, or shield from detection such alien in any place, including any building or any means of transportation, encourages or induces an alien to come to, enter, or reside in the United States, knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact of such coming to, entry, or residence, or will be in violation of law, or engages in a conspiracy to commit
Mr.
any of the
Schauberg,
preceding
you've
acts.
exceeded your 3 minutes. Thank
I
you for your
would
comment.
suggest you take a look at the anti-harbor.
I'll now
law.
ask someone who's in
And
favor.
just for the record,
Mr. Schauberg, you've completed your comments. I'll now ask for someone who's in favor. Mr. Arianti?
Good evening, Bill Arianti, 23 Highland Avenue. The one thing that everyone in this room has in common, with everyone in the other room, with everyone on the street, with everyone across this country, is that we are all protected by the Constitution of the United States. It doesn't matter if you are white, if you're black, if you're Hispanic, it doesn't matter the color of your skin, your accent, your point of origin. Everyone who stands within this country is protected by the Constitution of the United States. On May 8th, 1945, VE Day, it marked the moment that the greatest generation of this country was victorious over Germany and fascism. People, my father, all people who lived in that generation sacrificed, if not their body, if not their psychological well-being, if not their life, sacrificed to fight fascism. They never expected that we would be doing it here today. And don't get me wrong, when people jump out of a car, unmarked car, with masks on, unmarked, without a warrant, grab someone off the street and pull them in and hold them, that is the act of a fascist government. I think what we must do, we can't kid ourselves anymore. When someone's in the country without authorization, they are committing a misdemeanor. It is not a crime. It is not a felony. It is a misdemeanor. And to be doing what we do to them, to be putting them on plane, to detaining them, just for the fact that they're here to make a better life for their family, is a disgrace. The Pilgrims did this, and we're standing right here and we're talking about it. I thank the chief for having a policy. I would like to see that policy brought to all people, brought to light so everyone knows it. Everyone can see it. And be assured that our police officers, who I respect and admire for doing their job and doing it well, can continue to do their job. And everyone in this country is safe. And ultimately, I might be talking about ICE because I don't trust ICE. I will trust my police officers in a heartbeat. But I don't trust ICE, and I don't think they've earned the trust of this country. And I think that we must, at every opportunity, take the steps to call them out on it. And I think that that is the most important thing we can do. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Arianti. I'll now ask for someone who's opposed. Gentleman in the hat.
Good evening. My name is Andrew DeRogers. I am a lifelong Massachusetts resident. I'll try to be brief, and I'll see if I can solve a couple problems along the way. A gentleman before said that, a couple of gentlemen actually, someone said that to enter the United States of America is not a crime, and that immigrants who are in the country illegally, undocumented, are among the most law-abiding citizens in the country. That's a fallacy. If you have entered the country illegally, by very definition of that, whether you screwed up your documentation or some kind of snafu or whatever, or due to intention, you have entered the country illegally. Your paperwork is not in order. I recently traveled abroad. I did so with the understanding, and it was made very clear and known to me, to the country that I traveled to, and nobody accused them of being racist, that I needed to have all of my documentation in order and present and on me at all times. That nation's law enforcement officers reserved the right to stop me at any time and request that information to make sure that I was in their country lawfully and that I was adhering to their laws and their rules, and that I behaved respectfully in accordance with those laws and rules. And I found it to be a wonderful experience, and they were very nice and very professional. The young gentleman who was up here before said that laws don't really mean much of anything because they're created by men, and we can choose not to. Well, okay. If you're going to play favorites with citizens, you're going to say, well, this group of community members or that group, they're more important, which is what this policy does. It singles out a group of community, and nobody here tonight has mentioned the American taxpaying community, not once. If it's just a human construct and we don't really need to treat it like law, and we can choose not to follow it whenever it fails to suit our needs, then why would I still continue to pay taxes to host a meeting like this with such nice people if it doesn't serve my needs anymore? I'm pretty sure you'd hold me to that standard. My family is immigrants. They came from Canada. We were French Canadian. Never once have I identified myself as the French Canadian community, because I'm not. When my family came here, we became Americans. That's the only community that matters. If you're talking about any other community other than American taxpayer citizens, then you have your priorities wrong. But I'm going to see if I can solve a number of your problems right now. You mentioned that ICE enforcement is causing a number of issues, like unmarked cars, there are parking places, vehicles are being left, there's all these sorts of issues that you're having problems with that's costing you money
You've
and trouble.
exceeded your 3 minutes. Thank you for your comments. I'll now go to someone who's in favor of Mr. Canty's policy. Come on up.
Adhere to the law and require
Thank you.
people to
Your
adhere to
comments
the
are
law.
over. We're going to go to someone who's in favor.
How you doing tonight? My name is David Ash, and I live in Plymouth. People discuss small government. It's an angle that really hasn't gotten into too much tonight, so I just want to get into that angle a little bit. Having masked federal agents roaming our streets, pulling people aside, flying drones, and generally scaring the hell out of people is not small government. That's the opposite. These are federal officers. They don't answer to Plymouth. They are not here to make Plymouth safer. They are, however, being brought in from out of state, put up in hotels, and turned loose in our neighborhoods. This is not local control. This is federal overreach. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. The majority of people don't want the federal government stomping around their town, intimidating people, and telling locals to help them do it. If you do believe in keeping government limited, then you should believe in keeping it out of places where it doesn't belong. On the practical side of things, America's hometown survives on tourism. Our businesses depend on people feeling comfortable here, coming around, walking around, eating in restaurants, embracing the nation's history, looking at a medium-sized rock, and spending money. I joked there, but this is no joking matter. What does it look like to visitors when they see ICE activity on our streets, when people are getting stopped, followed, or questioned? That's not welcoming. That's bad for business. Town government's job is public safety and community trust, not doing the federal government's dirty work. If we believe in local control, then we should say it clearly. Keep federal immigration out of our backyard and let Plymouth be Plymouth. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. I'll now go to someone who is who is against Mr. Canty's policy. Ms. Baker, please.
I'm not going to do 3 minutes. I'm only going to do 1. First of all, we're lucky because we have the greatest police department in the Commonwealth. The problem we have here is that nobody in this whole town hall has the experience, the education, and the hardest job in the Commonwealth. And he sits right here, and that's our chief of police. Nobody knows about the policies. Nobody here has worked with the policies. This man, our chief of police, Dana Flynn, is the expert. He is what keeps us safe in this town. We need one policy, not two. Not a policy that is drafted from a resident, attorney, or anybody else. We have one policy, it's sitting on that desk. That's where you are safe because of this police department. And I'm going to tell you something else. I'm the chairman of the Minimet Village Steering Committee. And the police chief talked about a committee, a CCT, Community Connection Team. We have a police officer that has come to every single meeting for a whole year, and not once did a resident or a member talk about ICE. And I'm going to tell you about the police officer, the liaison that comes to this committee was the best community connection that the police chief has put together. Why? Because the residents and the members, if they have questions, public safety, we get an answer back. It takes the pressure off of the police department on the foolish, ridiculous telephone calls that they get. Go to a steering committee. There's 5 of them in this in town of Plymouth. Go to one. You got a problem with public safety? You'll have it done in a heartbeat. Don't turn away from the police department of this town. We have a great police chief, and I'm asking this board here, who has, with all due respect, you don't have the education, you don't have the qualifications, and you probably never worked this. You know what it's like to go out that door every night, every day, and not knowing whether that your husband or your son or your father is not going to come back? It's not an easy job. He's got a policy.
Ms. Baker, you've exceeded your 3 minutes.
Oh, I guess I did.
I'm gonna,
Well, I apologize. I got
Thank you.
carried away. Please
I'm now
support the
going to go
police chief
to
in his
someone
policy.
who is in
Thank you,
favor
Rennie.
of Mr.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll now go to someone who's in favor of Mr. Canty's policy.
Hi, my name is Meg Ash. I live in Plymouth and have been raising a family here for over a decade. I'd like to thank the Select Board for their diligent work on this issue and share a personal story of a common family history. I believe Mr. Canty's before I do that though, I do believe Mr. Canty's policy is more thorough than the police chief's policy, and it seems like it applies more broadly. I don't see why there couldn't be some collaboration in terms of going forward and having that one policy on the books and then looking at how the chief's policy can be woven in. And anyways, I was also disappointed in the ad hominem attacks at Canty. That's not cool, you guys. That's all I have to say about that. But anyway, so my Irish ancestors came here in 1847 during the potato famine, one of the darkest chapters in Irish history. My ancestors ended up in Weymouth and built a life there. As far as anyone can tell, they came here legally, and by that I mean this: they showed up and carried on. Their names were on a ship's manifest, and that was the extent of the paperwork involved. At the time, that was all that was needed. Irish immigrants did not arrive to open arms. They were poor, traumatized, competing for industrial jobs, and heavily discriminated against. People blame them for crime, for drinking, for taking work. Sound familiar? That's because none of this is new. What's new now is the story we tell ourselves, that our ancestors did it the right way, and therefore others must be shut out. For most of US history, there wasn't an immigration system like the one we have today. There were no visas, no quotas. The first federal immigration laws excluded Asian immigrants specifically. Europeans were largely unaffected. Broad quota systems didn't appear until the 1920s. The modern asylum process wasn't established until 1980. So when people say their ancestors came legally in a way that's comparable to today, it's simply not true. My family benefited from the ability to flee a terrible situation and find safety here. I do not believe my local tax dollars should be used to sustain a deportation system that profits from profiling, weakens community trust, and erodes the very ties that immigrant communities like the Irish worked for generations to build. Policies that limit cooperation with ICE don't erase law. They simply affirm that our town's role is public safety, trust, and community. Our federal tax dollars already pay for ICE activity. We can choose not to pay twice with our local tax dollars. I urge all members of the board to vote in favor of Mr. Canty's policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ash. I'll now go to someone who's against Mr. Canty's proposed policy. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Dugan, and I live here in Plymouth. I am the granddaughter of a copper from Chicago. My grandfather was a plainclothes detective during Prohibition, and I strongly believe that the police department, and especially our chief, is the expert on this matter. I do not believe that we should limit access to information that ICE requests. They request names and addresses, maybe how many people live in the home, which is filed with the census or not filed with the census. But I believe that it makes our community more dangerous because there is not the cooperation that they need to do their jobs, to remove those dangerous people that have come from other countries. They've been turned out of their prisons, and they've come here to America. They peddle drugs, they peddle people. Upwards of 100,000 people die annually in America from fentanyl poisonings. Over the last 10 years, that's 1 million people. We are at war, ladies and gentlemen, and let's not be at war with one another. I think the chief has gone out of his way to say that the policy that he has implemented in his department is very fair. It's honoring the civil rights of all residents. But first and foremost, we are the citizens that are here legally. We want Plymouth to be safe. We do not want to be concerned about these things. It's not a joke. It's not a laughing matter. And I know their children are adorable, and I agree with you on that. You know, they're cute little children, and they're learning the new language and all of that good stuff. And I don't want any harm to come to them. But when these dangerous people are in our communities, their lives aren't as safe either. You think just because they peddle sex and they peddle drugs, they're kind to their families? Think again. And I'm sure the police department sees plenty of that. But I would strongly encourage this board not to pass this policy and to trust in the expert that you have hired to run your department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dugan. I'll now ask for someone who's in favor of Mr. Canty's policy.
Thank you for your time. My name is Jason Platt. I am a town meeting member from Precinct 9. I am in favor of Kevin Canty's policy. And if we're going to keep hearing all of these appeals to authority, I would suggest that we appeal to the law person to write a policy. In addition, we are not stopping local law enforcement from cooperating with ICE when required. This is supposed to just prevent proactive justifications to give ICE more information than necessary to conduct what they're doing. So the differences between the two policies, from what I could tell, is that the police chief's policy has wiggle room and it doesn't have very clear language. I'm wearing a shirt which could be seen as subversive to some of the officers. The other gentleman that was making comments out of order could have been seen as subversive. And we can't have officer judgment being the decision-making power for when people get arrested or detained. I had a whole big speech, having a hard time with it, but the point is there's nothing wrong with having a codified law or a policy that the town abides by that complements the police department. I work in cybersecurity. There's a concept called defense in depth. You want multiple layers of things, not just one policy that everyone abides by. especially when we're not the ones voting on it or writing it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll now go to someone who is against Mr. Canty's policy.
Thank you for having me, and I appreciate the discussion tonight. My name's Hunter Young. I'm chair of the Plymouth Republican Town Committee, and 2 days ago I started a petition against Mr. Canty's policies, and in 2.5 days it has over almost 400 signatures, so I come with that to start off my comments. And I would start off by saying we spent 2.5 hours, people were walking out with no public comment, with the selectmen debating back and forth to come to the conclusion that the policy that the police chief already has was sufficient and covered all of the points that Mr. Canty wanted to have. So with that being said, I want to make the point of bringing up something called virtue signaling, which virtue signaling is the public display of opinions or sentiments to show one's character, moral correctness, or social awareness, often with the implication that the display is insincere or primarily intended for self-promotion, social approval, or to signal group identity rather than a genuine belief or action. I think that if Mr. Canty genuinely wanted to fix the policy, he could have gone to the police chief before. He could have gone and had these conversations with people before proposing his own policy. But I think I question that motive in an election year. And I think that virtue signaling has no place on the select board, and the select board should focus on things that are actually important to community. And we want to use the word subversive a lot tonight. I think it was subversive to push out this policy against the police chief when his policy already covers all the points that you have. So I would strongly suggest not supporting Mr. Canty's policy, and I would leave virtue signaling to Mr. Canty and police work to the police chief. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to someone who's in favor of Mr. Canty's policy.
Hi, good evening. I want to start by thanking all the members of the Select Board. My name's Lori Fitzpatrick. I'm the co-founder of Together We Can. And you've all been very gracious meeting with us, giving of, yourselves, and I appreciate that. I am in favor, of course, in solidarity with Plymouth for All, the petition of the Plymouth Community Trust bylaw, and the community members who live in fear every day as a result of the unjust activities in Plymouth. And when contemplating the nature of my comment tonight, I was inspired by a recent quote that was eloquently written when describing the pilgrim's journey to Plymouth. Plymouth, though, was not just a destination, it was a leap of faith. Families faced danger, hope was bound tightly with fear, and ordinary people made extraordinary choices. This statement brought to mind a Haitian family currently impacted by ICE abduction in Plymouth. A young father, mother, and their 2 daughters, one who was 2, the other 14, fled their homeland of Haiti, where they experienced extreme torture and violence by the renowned gang 400 Mawozo. 400 Mawozo controls the region of Croix de Baguette, the family's Haitian hometown, like Plymouth is our hometown. 400 Mawozo is the same gang that was responsible for the 2021 kidnapping of 16 American Christian missionaries. Before fleeing their home, Jean France, the husband, witnessed the brutal beating and killing of his cousin after the gang members cut off his limbs and murdered him in front of his family. His wife, Betty, who Together We Can works with, was systematically raped by the Haitian gang for not giving over what little money she made to feed her children from making clothing. Fearful of their lives, they fled from Haiti and traversed 11 countries before reaching the border of the U.S. They were given temporary protective status, which is being removed at the end of February. Similar to the early pilgrims who traversed the treacherous ocean, this family and other countless immigrant families have traversed the most treacherous landscape in the world, the Darien Gap. This is 60 miles of dense rainforest, swamp, and mountains along the Panama-Colombia border, a jungle filled with deadly wildlife and polluted with violent drug lords, real drug lords. Jean France, Betty, and their 2 young daughters made this journey to finally make their ways to the same shores that the pilgrims made their way to in 1620. But unlike the pilgrims, that hope was snatched away from Gene Frantz when he was taken by ICE in Plymouth. I guess not documented by the police chief. Gene Frantz was not asked for his identification, informed of why he was taken, or read his rights as the constitutional law demands. He was simply without any reason or explanation.
You've exceeded your 3 minutes. I will now go to someone who
Thank you.
is against Mr. Canty's proposal. Come on up. Come on up, Ms. Oh. Is the gentleman up front going to the mic? No. Come on up, Mrs. Brewster.
Hello, Belinda Brewster, former selectman, former town meeting member. I just want to say that I was very impressed with the chief's presentation. And I just feel that had this policy perhaps been known earlier, we could have avoided all of this. The policy is very fair to all the residents in Plymouth. Whether you like it or not, we have ICE, the U.S. Immigration and what's the rest of it? Customs, right, thank you. Enforcement, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous and thank God. So we do have ICE. The one thing that both Mr. Canty said and the chief said was Plymouth can do nothing to stop ICE coming into the community. Nothing. You can tell, and quite frankly, I don't believe the hyperbole from the other side that ICE is rummaging around Hedge School looking to take children off the playground, are rampaging through our streets looking. The chief has made it very clear that does not happen. 6 contacts with the police, 3 arrests in a year. It's like Mr. Canty has put a proposal forward without consulting the chief, without knowing what the police department was doing, and he's put forward a proposal that the town does not need for what's going on in the town and already have in the very competent. And I have to say, unfortunately, in my life, I had a child who had a lot of interaction with the police. They couldn't have been more sympathetic, concerned about what was going on, helpful in dealing with it. I believe they bring that same professionalism and compassion that I've experienced to every person that they help, regardless of immigration status. So I think Mr. Canty's policy is one that we don't need. We already have it. I didn't know any of this. I was reading his attachment beforehand, and it's impressive. It's impressive that he went out and solved a problem before it became a problem. And we should respect that. And there really is no need. And if the chief of police says this could cause confusion to have 2 policies, this could be a liability issue. This could cause our police officers to question, gee, do I do what Mr. Canty says or do I do what the chief says? We don't need that. We don't need that confusion and chaos. We have a policy in place. Perhaps it needs to be communicated in a broader sense to alleviate the fears of
Thank
the
you, Mrs.
illegal
Brewster.
aliens.
That
Thank
concludes
you.
your 3 minutes. I will also note that we have now reached 9:12 p.m., which concludes the hour that I had initially established. So I'm going to bring it back to the board for their pleasure. Mr. Canty?
I would request that we continue to hear from members of the public. I think it's valuable to hear their perspectives, regardless of which side of the issue that they're on. And people did dedicate a significant amount of their evening, some of which are still in line to convey their thoughts and opinions to us.
Is that a motion?
I would make a motion to extend public comment until everyone that wishes to speak is given an opportunity to speak once.
Mr. Canty has made a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Excuse
me, I'll second that.
Mr. Cohan seconds. Discussion? Mr.
I have
Pinto?
to leave at 9:45.
All right. Further discussion?
Yes, could it was show of hands who would like to speak? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people.
There are still a considerable number of folks
Okay,
who are
9,
not in the
10.
room.
Okay, all right. Oh, well, why are we not hearing from the courtroom? Are they trying to get to the podium?
As I stated at the beginning of this, my plan was to exhaust the comments here in the Great Hall before going to the folks who are in the courtroom. So I think there's probably 10 to 12 folks who still wish to speak.
Well, I mean, we should hear from 1820. They're in that courtroom. I think we should hear from some of the people that spent the night there. I thought we were going back and forth between the two rooms, but.
No.
No.
Some of the folks have come down to this
Okay,
room in order to be recognized.
Well, I mean, like I think it'd be, people have dedicated an amount of time tonight. I think it would be respectful. They were respectful to our discussions that went on for a while. So I do want to hear from the residents that have taken time out to come this evening.
Mr. Canty, would you amend your motion to, consistent with Mr. Quintal's timeline here, would you amend your motion to be simply a half hour? And then we could revisit?
So he would leave at 9:45 and then we'd revisit?
Well, I think we could revisit whether or not we continue public comment at that point.
But Mr. Quintal would then not be available for the vote,
That's possible, yes.
discussion or vote.
Sure. I'll make it to 30 minutes, subject to further review.
Mr. Cohen, would you maintain your second?
I will maintain my second.
All right, any further discussion? Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. All right, I think the last comment was someone opposed, so I'll now go with someone who's in favor of Mr. Canty's proposal. Come on up.
Hello. So many of you probably don't know me. My name's Peter Marshall. I am a homeowner, taxpayer, and voter in this city. The first thing I'd like to say is that I very much appreciated the chief's policy and his professionalism, and I actually, unlike some other folks who thought this was a waste of time, very much appreciated the board's discussion. I thought it was actually quite useful. Just so you know where I'm coming from, and you pin me down politically. The first presidential election I voted for George H.W. Bush, then I voted for Dole, then I voted for George W. Bush twice, and then I voted for John McCain, and then the last Republican I voted for was Mitt Romney. So what that makes me is a boring Republican, or at least what they used to call that. There are different words for it now that are used by some folks. There have been mention about, we should really be talking about taxes here, and that, a very good point that two policies is really problematic. And I agree that in normal times, I would completely agree with that point of view, 100%. These are not normal times. Anybody who's been watching what's going on out there understands that there is a active demonization of immigrants and an active assault on immigrants by our federal government. Now, as everybody's pointed out, we can't do a damn thing about that. The one thing we can do is make it clear that the people in our town and the people who run our town are not part of that effort. And while I greatly appreciate the chief's policy, and I think it's great, and I think it was very, very interesting that Mr. Canty's policy came out to be almost exactly the same, I think in these times, it's very important for the town to put out its own policy and say, hey, this is what it means for all of us, not just for the police, but for town employees and for everybody in the town, and to actively make an effort to frankly get that out there and market it, right? People have said, oh, we've got the police, we've got the police policy and it's posted somewhere. Sorry, that's not going to do it these days. It has to be out there. Here is the policy officially of the town of Plymouth. I will close here by saying, I'm a former boring Republican. I'm also the descendants of Irish immigrants, which I think is probably true of half of the people in this room. And if I extended it to Italian and Portuguese, it would be about 95%. Those folks faced a tough time. A lot of nasty things were said about them. Things don't change. but they were allowed to stay here and to prosper. I'm also the son of an immigrant, so my father was not born in America. So what I can say is that I find what our country is doing.
You've
to
exceeded your
immigrants
three-minute
abhorrent.
time limit, so
Thank
I
you.
will now go on to someone who is against Mr. Canty's policy. Is there anyone in the room? Mr. Blitzer.
Hi, my name is Charlie Blitzer, and I wasn't going to speak tonight, but it's kind of nice to come up with no political aspirations because I have no plan to run. Unlike some other folks that have gotten up here before me on their soapboxes. What we're voting, the select board is voting on tonight, it kind of confuses me a little bit because we talked about this policy last year, if I remember, when I was on the board. And I think in March, there was a release that was put out about the policies for ICE. But I come here to say that no matter what happens tonight with this vote, it's not going to change anything. It's very similar. And I have a lot of respect for the chief and no disrespect to Kevin, but I support the chief and his policies. And that's why I'm against it. But with that being said, I haven't heard one person tonight, unless I was so far back in the corner that I couldn't hear them, talk about the immigrants and what they do for Plymouth. Our number one industry in Plymouth is tourism. Nobody's talked about that tonight. The service industry cannot survive without the immigrants. So the problem everybody in this room has, we all have the same problem, okay? But our problem is up in Washington with the federal government. Okay, and the stuff that's being said tonight should be said for the No Kings rallies, for the Trump rallies. Really, we need to get these immigrants vetted legally so they can work in our town. And to do that, and I've been through this process. I managed a restaurant for 25 years in Plymouth, and I'm very close with immigrants, very close. I've had them at my house for Christmas, for Thanksgiving. Okay, because they had nobody to go home to, and so I'm very close to them. But with that being said, to get to be a citizen, I remember one employee, it took him years, took him $10,000 to $15,000 for a lawyer. As well as that, he had to go to Washington 3 or 4 times. That's what he had to do to get legal. Okay, that's a hardship that most of them cannot do. So our issue, everybody in this room, whether you're for or against, whether you're Democrat, Republican, our issue is how do we get the immigrants vetted legally, the good ones, so they can come to our town, be our neighbors, be our friends, be students with our students, okay, and work for our businesses. Because the ICE is not going away unless the federal government takes them away. So the police department, this was a few hours of really, no disrespect, waste of time. I mean, I heard that tonight. You know, nothing's a waste of time when you get a bunch of citizens in the room voicing their opinions. You know, and everybody has a right, for or against, everybody has a right. This is America.
Thank you,
okay,
Mr.
to voice their
Blitzer. You've
opinions.
exceeded your 3
Anyway,
minutes.
thank you.
I'll now ask for someone who is in favor of Mr. Canty's policy. Come on up, Ms. Tompkins.
Thank you. Emily Tompkins, Precinct 14. I'm a lifelong resident and homeowner. Thank you to this board and the police chief for having a conversation about ICE's presence in our town publicly, and for all the work Kevin Canty has done on this policy and working together with the police chief. I'm glad to hear the police department policy and that they have already been working with the relationship with ICE and how they're conducting themselves. I can understand a concern about confusion with 2 policies, but I also see the benefit of having a policy that considers all town staff. But the reason we're having this hearing today is because of how vocal the community has been on this subject. Whether they have emailed, called, given public comment at regular select board meetings, or at the on-the-road meetings. However, we've heard that this is a distraction and the on-the-road meetings shouldn't have been happening, or this board should focus purely on the town's finances. This board has a difficult job. You must balance things like the budget, board and committee appointments, and everything else you are tasked with alongside public safety issues, like how residents are being fearful because of the way ICE is behaving in our streets. It is your job to ensure the safety of all residents while also being mindful of all your other responsibilities. Plymouth is a very large, complicated community, and select board members can and should be prepared to deal with all aspects of it. Additionally, we've been having budget challenges over the last few years. It has been talked about publicly, and we knew times of even tighter budgets were on the horizon, further amplified recently by the current federal administration impacting local funding and grants. The on-the-road meetings are not a distraction. They are just as much a part of your job to hear from residents as all your other obligations. Improving communication with residents is part of your 2026 Select Board goals, and the on-the-road meetings are a great way to work towards that. When talking to my friends and family about the public comment and response format of on-the-road meetings, there's overwhelming positive feedback and a feeling that the Select Board cares about what they are concerned about in their neighborhood. I hope you continue to juggle all of your duties as elected officials, including the on-the-road meetings. I really appreciate the professional and respectful discussion by this board and appreciate that this safety concern voiced by our local community is addressed tonight collaboratively. Lastly, I hear a lot of fear from the public in this room. Half are afraid of these supposed criminal immigrants, but the majority of these immigrants you fear, they just may not look like you. It could be they overstayed their visa. They could just be young children or here by no fault of their own. But all residents of Plymouth should feel safe in our community. The majority of ICE detainees are not criminals. They're ordinary people like you and me, just trying to bring a better life to their family. They have been your neighbors. They work at your favorite restaurants, at your grocery store, and provide so many other services that you depend on in your day-to-day life. They are part of the backbone of America's workforce and part of what makes America great. A civil immigration offense does not make them a criminal. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to someone who is opposed to Mr. Canty's. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Barbara Cannon. I'm from Precinct 6. And what I'd like to say is first, thank you, Chief, for your wonderful policy and for putting it out on your Facebook page. The frequently asked questions, I found that very helpful when I saw it. I do think it's a duplication of policies to have a second policy. His policy is fully comprehensive. I'd also like to say that I think one of the things that would be really helpful to the community is you see these activists and sometimes agitators out there fighting with ICE and saying, we need a warrant, and you're supposed to do this, and you're supposed to do that. How about putting out what they are supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do, so that those folks that are creating some mayhem in those situations, understand the laws and the rules and regulations about what is it okay for ICE to do. Is it okay for ICE to have an unmarked car? Is it okay for ICE to wear a mask? Is it okay for them to not have to answer to the public that they have a warrant? They're just not giving it to the public. They're going to give it to the person that's, being detained. I think that would be very helpful to people that are worried and concerned about what's happening with ICE. And I don't think there's anybody in this room or anybody in this town that wants immigrants moved out of the town. Good, caring people that are just here to make a better life. I think they do want the criminals removed. I think we don't know who those criminals are because they haven't been vetted coming across the border. And I think things were much different when our Irish immigrants and Italian immigrants and Portuguese immigrants came across on boats. Taxpayers weren't as involved in what they did. They came and they did what they had to do to, prosper in our country. And this is an unusual situation because the federal government some years ago allowed millions of them to come across the border and expect all of us to know what to do. And so I think it would be very helpful to have those things out there to help the police in their situation with not having to deal with the people that are out there very angry and upset that ICE is here. Get that information out there. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I'll now go to someone who's in favor of Mr. Canty's proposal.
Good evening. My name is Joe Brennan, Precinct 15. I'm in support of the immigration policy put forth before the board. I first want to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening and for their continued commitment and interest in working together on this topic. There's been a lot of talk this evening about immigrants who are violent offenders. The current administration wants you to believe that they're all violent offenders, that they're criminals.
And as we can see on TV, that ICE treats them that way. But the fact is that of the ones who have detained, 70% don't have any criminal record. And it's only 3 to 5% that are violent criminals. 3 to 5%, that's what we're talking about here. And the rest aren't. You know, immigrants in Plymouth, some are documented, some are undocumented, naturalized or even natural-born citizens. For ICE, there is no distinction. What only matters to ICE is that they are brown. Understandably, many immigrants living among us are living in fear. You may know some as your neighbor, your friend of your child. Fear is the point. Some of you might be surprised to learn that I too live in fear of ICE every day. My children, through no fault of their own, are brown. I'm incredibly proud of my kids, as their calling has been to help others. One is a social worker, one is a physician. Both are U.S. citizens. Even so, my wife and I know that they could be unlawfully targeted by ICE because of their skin color, just as many other Hispanic U.S. citizens already have. My wife and I worry about them every single minute of every single day. It is my hope that no one else in this room ever has to know this fear, the stress of family separation, or losing their freedom without cause. Loss of trust is the point of ICE. When immigration agents still instill fear and wreak havoc in our community with their overreach and inhumane tactics, they are not concerned about trust of law enforcement. I'm sure, as Chief Flynn knows, community policing has to start with trust. Without it, people hesitate to report crime, share information, participate in joint problem solving, or even view law officers as legitimate partners. This is why I firmly believe that Plymouth police, as well as town employees, must be prohibited from any actual or even perceived immigration enforcement actions in our town.
You've exceeded your 3 minutes. Thank you for your comments.
Yep,
I'll now
thank
go
you.
to someone who is opposed to Mr. Canty's. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Ball. I want to thank you for extending the time. I'm actually not a Plymouth resident. I'm a former Plymouth resident. I'm now a resident of the town of Yarmouth. So I wanted to make sure everybody from Plymouth had a chance to speak. But I wanted to come up here tonight because I wanted to say that what's happening here in Plymouth tonight isn't unique to Plymouth.
Excuse me, this person is speaking. I'd ask again. I'm going to extend her comments for another 4 seconds because I didn't get to my, this is permitted under open meeting law, yes. Please continue your comments.
Thank you. So as a resident of the town of Yarmouth, this is happening there too. And it's making the rounds across towns throughout Massachusetts. It's going to be coming to Dennis soon. It's already gone through Barnstable. Towns are attempting to pass these policies and resolutions that are really unnecessary. We already have our federal law, we have our local laws, and we need to abide by those laws. At the meeting that I attended in Yarmouth, I spoke there in length. I'm going to keep my comments much shorter tonight. But there were 26 people who spoke. And we heard a lot that night about how people are living in fear. We heard it here again tonight. And what was interesting about that meeting and this meeting as well is we haven't heard from one of those people. Not one person at that meeting spoke saying that they're living in fear. Not one person at this meeting spoke and said that they're living in fear. And the reality of it is—
Folks, I've already said multiple times, keep your comments to yourself or public comment will close. Do we understand each other? Thank you. Please continue.
The reality of it is we blur the lines of what is legal immigration versus illegal immigration. People who are here as immigrants and people who are here in our country lawfully present, and there are a lot of different conditions. You know, we have the TPS, we have asylum seekers. Those people are all lawfully present. Those people have no reason to live in fear. It's the illegal immigrants that would be living in fear. Our federal government has been very clear. If you are here illegally, it's time to self-deport. If we start creating policies and rules that cater to allow illegal immigration to continue, then why even have immigration laws and policies at all? We don't want to incentivize people to remain here if what they are supposed to do is go back to their countries and come back legally if that is what they wish to do. I feel like if we continue with, enabling this, it's just political shenanigans, and we really need to stop it. It keeps going from town to town to town to town. Enough is enough. It's insane. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to someone who's in favor of Mr. Canty's proposal.
Thank you. My name is Louis Postel. I recently moved to Plymouth, and I'm grateful for the seriousness and openness with which its elected officials are deliberating Kevin Canty's proposal. If accepted, history will judge us kindly for protecting the most vulnerable, deserving of the title America's hometown. In 1850, in Boston, no person of color was safe. They could be dragged away without due process and without the right to defend themselves before a judge. Federal agents and bounty hunters fanned out across the city, arresting people of color off the streets for the, quote, criminal act of seeking freedom. The city outlawed using its jails for such purposes, so detainees were locked at courtrooms. Infuriated Bostonians broke into one of these courtrooms turned jails with a battering ram to free the tailor, Anthony Burns, a black asylum seeker. In response, the President of the United States sent in troops to protect these agents. Whites and blacks then chased the agents out of town. Does this sound familiar? These events began shortly after the U.S. Congress passed the Fugitive Slave Act. Terror, once again, is ripping through our communities. Those resisting the kidnappers are being arrested. Those trying to defend our neighbors find that ICE is whisking them away from our local jail within days, far out of reach. Meanwhile, those left to support young children who have been left behind without a breadwinner are running out of resources. Opposing these racist, authoritarian attacks happening now will ensure that history judges us as a safe, caring place for generations to come. That's why I support Kevin Canty's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to someone who's opposed to Mr. Canty's proposal. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is James Dargan, Precinct 7. Thank you for holding this meeting. Did anybody talk to ICE in generating this proposal, or have
Our
anybody?
practice is to not respond to public comment.
Okay. So question, was ICE involved? Did anybody talk to them? No, maybe not. I think that if you talked to somebody in ICE, you would find that they are going after the worst of the worst. These are people that have criminal histories, either in their home countries or have gone through judicial processes in sanctuary states and cities and have been let out again, and you are finding them, and we're finding them in our communities. I think that you would benefit from having the Plymouth Police Department honor detainers so that ICE could come to the prison or the police station and pick up that detainee with one or two people instead of having to come out into the community with an army of special agents. Now, when they go out into the community and they are looking for somebody specific, which is what they do, they're looking for specific people. If they find that person with other illegal immigrants, they will arrest those other illegal immigrants. That will be cut down to minimal to zero if you honor the detainer and they go to the jail and pick up only that person. Just a thought. You know, you might want to think about that. It would cut down on, it would be better for public safety, for the public, for the police officers, for the detainee, not to have a mob of people around. You just have, he's already gone through due process, probably with an immigration judge, told him he's got to leave, he ignored it, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, those are a couple of things. Talk to ICE. Does ICE come down here and talk to the public? Have you invited them to come down and talk to the council, to the police department? I think it would be helpful. I think you'd be very surprised. I think you'd find that they want public safety for everybody, but there are a lot of bad actors, and they're going after the bad actors. They're not the bad actors. So thank you very much. I would suggest voting no.
Thank you. I'll now go to someone who's in favor of Mr. Canty's proposal.
Hello, can you hear me? Joanne Oscar, Precinct 14. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Canty and the other board members for bringing forward this policy. I appreciate the time you've taken to research the issue and engage in thoughtful, open-minded discussion. I am a taxpayer and I do care about this issue. I also appreciate the chief of police for coming down and talking to us as well. But I want to be very clear about something at the start. Those of us who support this policy are not opposed to arresting people who commit serious crimes. No one here wants murderers, rapists, or violent offenders on our streets. What we are opposed to is racial profiling, the lack of due process, and the reckless way ICE is operating in our town and across the country. And we want to make sure our town officials are not involved in this activity. ICE is not focused on public safety. They are targeting people based on their skin color, their accents, and where they are perceived to be from. We have all seen videos of ICE agents breaking car windows, pulling people from their vehicles, wrestling them to the ground, refusing to identify themselves, entering homes and workplaces without signed judicial warrants. These are not the actions of a professional, accountable law enforcement agency. They are dangerous, destabilizing, and they put the entire community at risk. This is about how people are being treated. ICE routinely violates constitutionally protected rights and operates outside the law, denying people due process, detaining individuals without criminal convictions, and subjecting them to inhumane conditions in detention facilities. The egregious human rights violations reported in ICE custody, including medical neglect and abuse, should alarm every one of us. The Constitution is very clear. The 5th and 14th Amendment protects all persons within the U.S. jurisdiction, not just citizens. Due process is not optional, and it's not something that can be suspended for convenience or ideology. Our country has been down this road before, times when the government claimed legality while violating fundamental human rights. History teaches us that legality does not equal morality, and that silence and complacence allows injustice to flourish. Supporting the actions of ICE as they currently operate through racial profiling, intimidation, and denial of due process is not about public safety. It's rooted in fear, exclusion, and a broader ideology of white Christian nationalism that elevates some people's rights while stripping others of theirs. The true measure of our community is not how we treat the powerful, but whether we are willing to defend the constitutional rights and human dignity of the most vulnerable among us, especially when it's uncomfortable to do so. So I ask that you please vote yes on Mr. Canty's proposal.
Thank you. I'll now go to someone who's opposed to Mr. Canty's proposal. Seeing no further, are there folks in the courthouse who would like to be heard, who are opposed to Mr. Canty? I'm receiving word from the assistant town manager that we are no longer in the courthouse. Is there anyone online who is opposed to Mr. Canty's proposal? Okay, having met our half-hour mark then, I'm going to suggest that we conclude public comment so that the board can move on from this. Pleasure of the board, though. Mr. Canty.
There's still people that want to be heard, and would rather hear from everyone that wants to be heard at least once. Everybody that's waiting in line waited just as long as everyone that spoke. And although some people have similar sentiments, their perspectives have all been different. And I think they've all brought individual value. And I would prefer to continue hearing from members of the public on this issue that is of significant, obviously significant public.
Folks, this is not your time right now. This is the board's time. Please be respectful of that. What do other board members, what is the pleasure of other board members?
I think we've heard from the general public. We've given the opportunities to speak. I'm hearing everyone. I've heard the concerns, so I think that at some point we do have other matters tonight on the agenda that we need to discuss, and we're losing a member shortly. So I'd like to have that discussion. We have an elected official here that needs to be heard before he leaves. So I'd like to move to our conversations about the policy next.
Mr. Quintal? Agreed. Ms. Quinto, do you have anything to add?
No, I agree with that. That's reasonable to me.
All right, folks, you're out of order at this moment. I'm now coming back to the board. Please take your seats. Thank you. All right, so we've heard from the public here tonight. We've had some thorough discussion ourselves. At this point, I'm going to refer us back to the policies that we adopted last week. Specifically, the procedure for establishing policies and procedures, which concludes by saying, in general, the board shall not vote on procedural rule at the same meeting that it is first introduced, unless prompt action is necessary. In that case, the board must unanimously vote to adopt the policy and procedure at that same meeting. Since I would not be in favor of adopting Mr. Canty's policy, because I believe that the chief's policy is sufficient, and in fact, I think it covers a broader range of circumstances than Mr. Canty's policy does. I will not be taking a motion on this policy tonight, and we will therefore have an opportunity at a future meeting to make a motion on the policy. So at this point, I will conclude this particular topic, and I will move on to the discussion regarding the FY27 budget.
So point of order in regards to the procedural, could you read that text again about the procedural?
Yep, so in general, the board shall not vote on a new procedural rule or policy at the same meeting at which it is first introduced, unless prompt action is necessary. In that case, the board must unanimously vote to adopt the policy or procedure at the same meeting.
So it's a procedural rule or policy as opposed to a policy. I think procedure affects rule, modifies rule and policy. We have adopted policies, other like operational policies of the town consistently through the years at the same meeting that they're introduced. That particular clause remains unchanged from in that respect, from its prior version. So I would suggest that this is not a procedural policy. This is a substantive policy, and that it can be adopted by a majority vote by members of this board at this meeting if this board seeks to do so.
So, Mr. Canty, are you making a motion to overrule the chair's decision?
I am.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Mr. Cohan seconds. Is there discussion? Mr. Cohan.
Yes, now my understanding is the policy that we're referencing the policy we had last week. And it requires a majority. I thought we had offered a majority rule on this question. It was
No.
simple majority.
But it was, in my opinion, it's restricted to procedural rules, not to substantive. Like if we had a policy about upwellers down in the harbor, we don't need 2 meetings to talk about that.
Right.
But if we're going to make a rule that's a procedural rule for the select board, that would require, because those are the rules that you govern the board by meeting to meeting, not for individual meetings.
Understood. Thank you.
Further discussion? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, I think we need to discuss this. We had been making such great progress in coming up with some compromise solutions. I think before public comments started, we had reached a place, at least I believe we reached a place where we were agreeing that both of these policies, there was a lot of redundancy in the policies, that both had the same intention of obviously not changing immigration policy, we can't do that. Obviously not restricting ICE activities in town, we can't do that. But what we can do is put in some policies and procedures that are really clearly identify the roles and responsibilities of the police department in working in these kinds of situations. I thought we were fast approaching a recommendation that perhaps we did not need the select board's policy. And if we, worked with the police chief's policy, which we just read last week, if we worked with that policy and created some public-facing education and communication opportunities, I think that it would be a mistake to let this drag on without at least having a conversation about how we can collaborate to work on something that's going to meet the needs of everybody. That doesn't mean that the police chief's policy is going to get tossed out or anything. I think Chief Flynn, you had agreed that you would be open to having an annual review of the policy. And also that if we had some sort of a statement, a public-facing statement that says, here's what this policy means, something that the community could take forth and use in helping to educate whatever groups they are working with, I think that would be a really logical and responsible compromise for us to consider. So I would hate for us to close this very comprehensive and incredibly engaging discussion. We've heard from so many different people with so many different viewpoints. And it's just been a wonderful show of community engagement and support. And so much work has gone into developing both the police chief's policy and this policy, which was only developed because we thought that there was an absence of information that needed to be filled. So that would be my request. I don't know, how we move forward from this, but I'd be sorely disappointed if we did not at least have a conversation and further discussion that brought us to a compromise so that we could bring this to a close and move forward.
Further discussion? All right, just so to be clear, so the motion is to overrule the decision of the chair. My decision was to move on in the agenda. If the board votes in the affirmative, I will return to the board to ask their pleasure for a motion on the discussion that we've been having regarding Mr. Canty's proposed policy. If you vote no, we'll continue in our agenda. So I'll call the roll. Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
No.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, no. All right, so the decision of the chair has been overruled. We will return to the discussion regarding the ICE policy proposed by Mr. Canty. Mr. Quintel.
Mr. Chairman, as I said before, I have to leave. I have another engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Canty.
So I think I'm on the verge of a motion, but I would like to follow up with Chief Flynn about the some of the comments that we had prior to the Q&A. So, Chief, in terms of, just so we're clear, if we were to have an annual review of your policy or to review it when any changes are either necessitated by changes in the law or desired by yourself or legal advice that you receive, you'd be comfortable with that?
I wouldn't have an issue with that, no.
And you'd be comfortable with, I know that we've, in our conversations with you over the last week or so, like, there are obviously some policies that the department doesn't put out for good reason.
Yeah.
Some that you do for good reason. Would you be comfortable with this policy in its entirety being publicly facing?
As we kind of touched on today, my intent when I first became chief and we revamped our website was to put all the policies that we have that are eligible, if you will, to be posted on our website, to be put out there. Unbeknownst to me, or we have learned, there are certain requirements.
Right.
ADA compliance standards we must meet. And there's questions right now, if we do that, if we are in compliance with the law, you know, that's something that could come back and bite us.
Okay.
A lot of it has to do with accessibility, has to do with ease of understanding, you know, for different reasons. So we're still looking at that.
Okay.
You know, it's not off the table.
So the select board puts our policies on.
Right.
Would you have an issue if we adopted your policy as a select board policy in its entirety as it applies to the Plymouth Police Department and its employees? And then if the town, I do think the town could deal with town hall and other town employees separately, obviously have much less interaction with ICE. But then that we would absorb the costs associated with what you're talking about, with the languages and the accessibility, like we do with all of our other policies. It would be publicly available, and then you would essentially, if you wanted to update your policy for your officers, you would come to us, and you would come to us annually to check in. Is it okay as is? Do we want to make any tweaks, either us or you, to it?
On this particular policy.
On just this particular policy?
That's something we hadn't discussed, and that's
Correct.
something to have to consider. But the review, you know, I have no problem with the review.
And, okay, and you have no problem with it being, if you needed any changes coming before us before the annual?
Well, any changes with this particular policy, I would make you aware,
Yeah,
you know, of possible ramifications, yeah.
right, okay. So, I would suggest that that's what we do tonight, is that we would adopt the chief's policy as it relates to his employees. I do think Ms. Iaquinto mentioned the concept of putting out a statement, the board putting out a statement about ICE and the priorities of the community. And I think when we do that, we could also, the language in my policy could be adjusted to remove references to your department and your employees and only apply, it would make it much shorter, and only apply to people that work here, DPW, fire department, things of that nature, so that it doesn't conflict with your because essentially, Chief, we're trying to do the same thing, but I'm doing 6 in one hand and you're doing half a dozen in the other.
Right.
And this is something that we've heard a lot of comments and concerns about, but that the police policy wasn't publicly available. So we fixed that now, and we can move forward in a collaborative way so that your policy, which I do think provides adequate protection for immigrants that are butchers and bakers and candlestick makers, just working to make their lives better and their families' lives better, has those same provisions that I had already adopted in relation to exceptions for alleged criminal conduct or convictions or other activities. And that way we can review that. It can be publicly presented on our website, and your operations can continue unfettered.
So our policy maintains our policy, stays our policy, and we review it, you know, as I had suggested earlier, that select board policy should be that we uphold or we agree or support the police department's current policy with the
Sure.
caveat that we review.
And yes, and anytime your policy was changed, it would change ours. And anytime ours was changed, we would, as part of that annual review process, you would come forward, and if your internal that you're going to give to your officers has changed, ours on our website would change to reflect those changes.
Right.
If you came saying there's a LUN 2.0, we've got to adjust to that, we would update, your policy would be updated for your officers, and our policy on our website would be updated as well.
But they would be the identical.
They would be
policies.
identical
Yeah,
as it relates to your employees. The headers would be different, but at the top of the page, but other than that, it would be identical.
right. That's been our concern all along, is having policies that say the same thing, but have the different languages and the caveats and
And this would remove that.
we use in our policy, yes.
Yes.
Are you-
Okay.
Are you comfortable with having to come back to us? So if Lund 2.0 comes out, you have to come back to a select board meeting before you can change your policy.
Before I change my policy?
Yes. That's what
No.
Mr. Canty said,
No.
folks.
No, it said we would reflect it. He would inform us of that. We would
I would
review it.
inform you of the change, as I alluded to earlier, my contract, by virtue of the language, gives me the authority to set the policy for my department. This would be a notification of any changes, so only.
So your motion then would be essentially to post the chief's policy.
No, we would be, I would suggest that we pass his policy as it relates to the police department, but that it's subject to an annual review by both parties and subject to updating as part of an ongoing dialogue.
But you wouldn't, I guess what I'm trying to get to is you wouldn't require the chief to come back before he can update that policy.
So I think it's important that it come before us, but like, if something is an emergency,
That's my
if a
concern.
law comes and says that you need to do a thing, then you would implement that, but then you'd be subject to the same 60-day requirement, let's say, that select board members are subject to. Hopefully you get in sooner. But I would give you I understand that you're subject to court orders, you're subject to court decisions.
Yeah, they come down every day.
Right, and I don't get the impression from you, chief, that you're gonna wake up 3 Tuesdays from now and decide you want to deputize your officers as ICE agents.
Our policy says we will not.
Right, but in theory, you could update that, but yeah, but you see what
And
I'm.
we have enough of our own.
Correct. And they're a well-funded, as I said at the beginning, a well-funded organization charged with this. So but I do think that having that public review, having eyes on, and having a public discussion about it is important. But I am cognizant of the fact that you are living in a world that operates 365 days a year, 24 hours a day.
Right.
7 days a week.
I mean, the intent of my suggestion to advise you is to get it out, to make sure there are no questions, and to alleviate the insinuations that we are working under the cloak of darkness and, working hand in hand with ICE.
Right.
Which, nothing could be further from the truth.
No, and this would be, our conversation would be more contentious if you were, and you're not,
We've had some good conversations.
We have, I thought so too. Some in the audience didn't agree, but I think we're doing all right. But does that sound like a amenable compromise, essentially, an amenable solution to the 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other situation that we find
Yeah,
ourselves?
as I've tried to, we've tried to be as transparent as possible. We're certainly not hiding anything. Our policy is our policy. At any time, to be honest with you, through the Freedom of Information and Public Records Act, anybody can come at any time and request to see my policies. All requests will be vetted by
Right.
our record search to make sure that they meet certain requirements and release concerns. But all of our policies are always ready available. It's some of the concerns, some of the legal updates or legal advisements have stopped me from putting them out proactively.
Right.
So,
I understand.
so if this is gonna solve the issue or the concerns of the residents, the yearly review is not an issue. Advisement of the board or even the town manager's office or legal office of changes that have been made and the reasons why.
Yeah, I think change could be very minor, and
Yeah.
immaterial, but a change could be substantial.
Substantial.
And it would be beneficial. I don't think this has been a waste of time, personally. I think it's been valuable to hear from the department about what you're doing, why you're doing it, and what your priorities are. And I think that we've heard a lot of public consternation and fear about it, as we've talked about. And I think it's worthwhile to try and address that. And I think this has helped, and I think that would help. So that's what
I don't disagree.
okay. So that would be I do think that separately, we should, consistent with what Ms. Iaquinto said, the board could put out a statement about our focusing on local priorities and what the role of town officials and employees will generally be, and pass relevant policies that apply to town staff that would not affect your staff in a separate policy. And I think that would accomplish that goal, and that doing this would accomplish the 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other goal that you and I are trying to.
You know, and not to get off topic, but we do have policies already in place that both trying to target the both same concerns, but because of requirements in my department, for example, fraternization, you know.
Right.
Our fraternization policy had to be geared towards, you know, our hiring practices, the fact that we're under some service. So we had to tweak it so it's just the police department.
Right.
The town, for all other employees, has their own separate and distinct policy for the same reason, because they have their own concerns.
Right, and you're a department that operates 24/7 hours a day.
Yeah, we have, you know, shift concerns.
Right.
Bidding, so, yes, so I'm getting off topic, but we do have policies just for the police department.
Right, we've
That-
treated you differently before because you are different in aspects.
Different in a good way.
Yes, yes, right. So I think my policy was always intended to provide clarity to residents and to assuage their fears. And if we can accomplish that in a different but very similar way,
I kind of hope we've done some of that tonight.
I hope so too. Otherwise, arguably, we have wasted time, but I think we have. I think I'm not married to my policy. I want a solution. I want people to feel safer and better.
That's our goal as well.
Right. So I'm willing to concede the point with those caveats and essentially protections for the public perception that we've obviously talked about. So that would be my request. And then we would bring forth a separate statement and policy as it relates to town employees that would contain much of this same language, but I'm not going to workshop that tonight at this meeting. I don't think making the sausage live on television at 10 o'clock is probably the best solution to that problem. But I think that, right, but I think that would address that side of it. And a lot of that work has already been done, and it's just a matter of deleting stuff that relates to his policy.
So can I ask you some clarifying questions?
You may.
So is what you're suggesting that we adopt the chief's policy
As it relates to police department employees.
subject to a yearly review,
Yep.
and upon change, the chief would notify and seek our advice on said changes, or our advice and our consent?
Well, so I understand the terms of his contract,
That's my concern.
but I think that in my conversations with the chief, I don't think, as I said, that he's going to wake up and go the other way randomly.
No, we follow the law.
Right. And candidly, as he said, and I agree with him, having served on your public safety committee for years when I was on the FinCom, you guys are flat out with what you've already got on your plate. You don't need second helpings. So I don't think that there's a realistic concern that you're going to flip the switch, but if you did, you'd have to come here and explain it to the public, I guess. That would be the protection for people thinking that something is going to change secretly in the quiet of the night. I'm not saying you would do that, but that's the protection built into the system to prevent that.
So notification.
Notification and potentially a presentation on it. But it is, his contract is his contract, but
So not consent.
no, we would be adopting this and we would, if we get to loggerheads in the future, we can deal with that now, but we seem to be in a good place. I'd rather build on this rather than fight, rather than prepare for a war that may never happen, right? So I'm comfortable, we can always review that later if we get to that, for people that are concerned about that. But I think based on our conversations, I think that's an acceptable middle ground.
Right.
So with notice and a potential presentation, at a minimum, an annual review, and obviously like anything that the select board decides, it's subject to our change later if, but I feel comfortable.
Further questions or discussion? Mr. Cohen? Oh,
I think that's a very reasonable approach to take.
So I would make that motion to do that in relation to the police policy. And I think we should deal with the other one separately. But I would make a motion that we adopt the police policy as the select board policy as it relates to employees of the Plymouth Police Department in relation to immigration enforcement, as written, other than the headers at the top.
Mr. Canty makes the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Iaquinto seconds. Discussion? Mr. Cohen?
I'll support the motion. But I will say this, that I think it's now 10 o'clock at night. We started at 6. We had a healthy conversation between the board members, engaging the chief. The chief brought forth a policy. We had, practically an identical policy, and we've come to some sort of understanding. So I don't think this has been, someone said it might have been a bit of waste of time, that we ventured somewhere we shouldn't have gone. We are the body politic. We have a responsibility as elected officials to hear from our residents and interpret those concerns, and then work with the paid professional staff that bring a level of expertise to their roles. They keep us safe. And so I support the motion, and I support how we got there. It's an example of how, when we all start to communicate at a higher level, we actually get things done.
Mr. Canty?
So I would just clarify, my motion also included the annual review and the subject to change language as well that we talked about. I know it's getting late, but is that was incorporated in your second?
In my second, yes, I did.
Okay.
Can you just spell it all out
Sure.
all together one more time?
Sure. So it would be, we would adopt what is written in the police policy currently as the select board policy as it relates to employees of the Plymouth Police Department. We would review it annually, and the police will provide updates if any changes are either necessary or desired, and subject to a potential presentation on that, depending on the board's preference. And as with any, as I said earlier, as with any select board decision, we could modify it later if we felt the need.
And you maintain your second, Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
All right. Do you have further discussion?
I don't. I mean, I would just echo what Mr. Cohen said. I think this was a great example of a collaborative process. This was definitely not a waste of time. It's never a waste of time to take residents' concerns seriously and to do something about them. And I do think that we came up with a reasonable solution, and we're all on the same team, and I'm feeling pretty good about where we ended up.
Mr. Canty, did you have further discussion?
Well, I would like to thank everybody that came out, whether you got to speak or whether you didn't, whether you were in favor of it or whether you weren't, whether you used my name in your comments favorably or disfavorably. I think it has been important to hear from people in this community about this issue. This is something we have been hearing about for months. It's something that people care about deeply. And I think this is something that we can't stop them from coming here and acting the way they're acting, but we could do this. And we did it. And I think that's important, and I'm glad that we had the opportunity, and I'm glad that we were able to reach a compromise that works for all of the people in our realm to go forward on this issue together and have a more supportive and collaborative community going forward. So I would just really like to thank everybody in the room, everybody that was in the other room, everybody in their living room, and everybody that's put in the time prior to us walking into this room on this issue. So thank you very much.
Further discussion? I will thank the audience here tonight. I've spent a lot of time on this issue. Met with a wide variety of constituents, and there's differing opinions on this across the community. One of the things that I did during my own education process was to watch one of the public commenters referenced these discussions in other communities. I watched those discussions. They were atrocious. They were completely out of control. I may have scolded a few times here tonight, but I think that in general, we were all respectful of one another throughout this process. So I want to thank you folks for that. My concern here has been the entire night that we are not tying the hands of our law enforcement officers. We need to trust the people who are on the ground to make the right decisions. We need to trust our police department's leadership, that they will make the right choices, that they will guide their team to do what is lawful. I think that Mr. Canty's concession to adopt instead the police department's written policy is magnanimous. I think it shows that we are moving to a more collaborative place. As long as that man's in charge of our police policies, I'm perfectly comfortable with this, so I will support this motion. Any further discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, I'll call the roll. Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. It is unanimous. Folks, you're welcome to stay. We're going to be talking about the budget next, but as I see a lot of people are already getting up, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess because I need to use the facilities. I will ask that my colleagues rejoin me on the dais, and any lingering public who wishes to stay for the budget, please do so, and anyone who wishes to leave, please also do so. The next item on our agenda is the FY '27 budget discussion. Given the lateness of the hour and given that we do not have a full board, I'd like to ask my colleagues if they'd be willing to postpone this discussion. I've previously spoken to Ms. Anderton about scheduling a supplemental meeting later this week, tentatively scheduled for 4 PM on Friday. Would that be amenable to my colleagues? Mr. Cohen?
Yes, it would be.
Mr. Canty?
Would that be, where would that be held?
Here, I would say, but if you're concerned for, we can have a virtual component.
No, I know the building would normally be closed.
Yeah, I spoke with the town manager. We'd be able to make that work.
Okay, as long as it could be I think while Friday Zoom meetings have their place, I think this is one that should be.
Agreed, agreed.
I'm totally cool with that.
So, go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
I want to make sure that it's carried as a regular meeting, that we have a Zoom capability, and it is televised.
Yep,
Okay.
yep, I will.
And recorded and rebroadcast.
I will ask for that as well. I don't think we need to take a vote since we appear to be unanimous in this, unless someone thinks otherwise.
Does that work for Mr. Quintal? Do we know that?
I spoke with him about the potential for a meeting later in the week, and it did work for him.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to table that, and we will move on in the agenda. I think we're going to table these administrative notes too, because
Yes.
they're related to the budget.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take those back up at our meeting on Friday.
What about, do we want to pass 7 through 9? Those are not related to the budget.
We can. Do you have any problem with that, Mr. Brindisi?
Definitely do that.
Mr. Canty, the motion?
I make a motion that we approve administrative notes 7 through 9.
Mr. Canty makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I've lost my pen, so I'm going to have to do this on memory. Ms. Iaquinto seconds. Is there further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the roll. Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. So we've passed administrative notes 7 through 9. We will table 10 through 15 for our meeting on Friday. Mr. Brindisi, would you like to give a town manager's report?
I will keep it brief, given the late hour. Let me start by letting the board know that working with town council and the town clerk, we are in the process of scheduling an open meeting law training for all of our boards and committees. So we're going to be sending that notice probably in the next week or so. Right now, for those that are paying attention at this late hour, the training will be scheduled on February 26th. It's going to take place in this room at 6 PM. We're going to invite all of our boards and committee members, those individuals who want to learn more about the open meeting law and how to adhere to the open meeting law. Again, that'll take place on February 26th. We're also, early in the day, we'll have a training just for staff as well, too. Coming out of the town clerk's office, just so folks are aware, the census forms are now out. We are encouraging folks to return those census forms. That's really important. Try to get those back to the town clerk's office as soon as possible. In addition to that, dog licensing is out. We heard last week from Bobby Clark that the town has over 9,000 licensed dogs in this community. So we want folks to get their licenses in. There will be a late charge that will take effect after March 31st. So again, dog licensing is out. Deadline is March 31st, so you don't have to incur a late fee. The first meeting of the Earth Removal Bylaw Committee will take place on January 15th. So we're looking forward to that committee getting their work started. Mr. Leiden is here, Chair of the VSB. Applications are due on January 30th for any VSB applications. And I think I may have reported it last week, but the Burt's building has been completed. The work is complete as far as the tear down of the structure. We will be working with the owner in the next few months on any proposed improvements to that property. So more to come on that front. And you may have seen down on the Water Street that Northern Contractor has mobilized heavy equipment. They've started some of the work down on Water Street to make hopefully the final repair to the first phase of that project. We're hoping that this will only take a few months, but we'll keep everyone apprised as to the progress they're making down there. We've already engaged all the businesses well beforehand, so they knew about this work that is going to take place. I would encourage any board members, if you do get phone calls from businesses about the traffic down there, please let us know. We have folks that are on site all day long that can help pivot and make sure that the traffic is flowing so those businesses can stay open. I just want to make note coming out of Recreation Office that the Special Olympics is going to be here in town from January 8th to March 5th. They're going to be running a cornhole tournament. So folks that are still interested in signing up for the Special Olympics cornhole tournament, again, please do that. It's going to start on January 8th this week. And then, unfortunately, I am sad to report that avian flu is back. You may have seen today, Casey Kennedy, our communications coordinator, has issued a press release working with our Commissioner of Health and Human Services and our Director of Public Health to notify the community that avian flu is back. We have had a couple dead birds sightings. And so I would encourage folks, if they do see a dead bird on their property, to notify or call either our Public Health Division or Animal Control Office. We are working very closely with the Massachusetts Department of Agriculture to adhere to their policies as far as the safe removal of these animals. Again, they're carrying avian flu. And then I guess with a couple quick other items, the Full Sail property. So we continue to make improvements on the Full Sail property on Taylor Ave. Most recently, David Gould has ordered the gangway for the Full Sail, the benches that'll go there, and the shade sail. So once that comes in, final improvements will be made to the Full Sail property, and then once that's complete, then we'll make improvements to the parking lot. The assistant town manager will be working with the recreation division and the DPW, and they'll come back to this board to propose an amendment to the White Horse Beach parking district to include that new parking lot that's down there. And then last, I think I would just say that tomorrow, we will be sending Chad Hunter and David Gould to the Seaport Economic Council. At that meeting, they will receive $1.5 million grant award from the Seaport Economic Council. That will be to be used for the improvements to Town Wharf. Those of you that are on CIC, you'll see a presentation by Chad Hunter on Thursday. I believe it's a $1.2 million request for improvements to Town Wharf. Given this grant, we believe we can table that request through CIC. So $1.2 million will be put towards improvements to Town Wharf, and then the other $300,000 will be put towards the final engineering and design of Town Wharf Way. So congratulations to Tiffany Park, Chad Hunter, and David Gould for securing $1.5 million for this community in order to make those improvements. So I guess pending any questions, I'll just end there for the evening.
Any questions for the town manager, Mr. Cohan?
Yes. The comment about the census, that's an important document to get back because the town clerk does use the census to update her voting records, and people want to maintain that status. So those are connected. Maybe Casey can, further amplify what the town clerk is trying to do with the census as it relates to whether or not you stay registered to vote. So that's an important connection. The other thing is on the Water Street activities, have they been able to investigate or come to some conclusion as of yet of what the problem was?
So right now, what we know that this is the first phase. There was two phases of the project. So this was in phase one. After the installation of that water main our engineers believe that once the settlement had taken place, it created a dip in the sewer main, not the water main, sewer main. So there is a dip in the sewer main. It prevents us from having a full capacity usage out of that new sewer main. So we believe, again, the settlement created that dip. We are requiring Northern to go back to re-excavate and then to repair the dip in that sewer main. So we're expecting that it'll take a few months. Once that's complete, then we'll put the road back together and make any final roadway and sidewalk improvements.
And then, again, just a question on the full sale property, the parking area. You said that it would fall under the terms of the current parking regulations in the neighborhood.
That will be our proposal to the board, but you will make that final decision.
Okay, because I do know that the land was purchased with community preservation funds, and there are stipulations on what you can charge in terms of access to CPA acquired properties. Obviously, if you're running a program like down at Hedges Pond, you can charge fees, and I think there are some Mass General laws around the Community Preservation Act as it relates to those activities.
We'll take a look at that.
Okay, thanks.
Hearing and seeing no other questions, we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Brindisi. Select board discussion, new business. We'll have new business on Friday too, just so we know. Letters also will be there Friday. Old business. I promise to also have that Friday. Excellent. Well, our next meeting is, tentatively scheduled pending confirmation from Ms. Anderton for Friday at 4 p.m. After that, we have a joint meeting on the 13th with the Select Board, the Advisory and Finance Committee, and the School Committee, followed by a joint meeting with the Planning Board and the Economic Development Foundation on the 20th. So we've got a full complement of meetings coming up. Is there a motion to adjourn?
And one little thing.
Sure.
Can we ask, I know it's a Friday at 4, but can we ask for Lynn to attend the meeting at 4 if possible?
The Finance Director? And
Okay, great.
I would actually add to our legislative delegation, which was a question someone brought up in a prior meeting, because perhaps they could give us some insight into local aid that might be coming our way. I know we're in advance of the governor's budget, but they might have some insight, and it would satisfy an agenda item that was requested by you, Mr. Canty, at last week's meeting. If they can make it, great. If not, we'll try to find time to get them in at another
Might be
time.
short notice, but
Yeah.
if they're able to make it in, then sure. Okay, I would, with that, make a motion to adjourn.
And I'm grateful for that motion. Is there a second?
I will gladly second.
Excellent. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
And myself, yes, we are adjourned. Thank you, folks.